Hi, and welcome to the 5th annual Bee Boulder Festival in Boulder, Colorado. We are celebrating pollinators, learning how to improve biodiversity by eliminating pesticides, planting water-wise native plants, and other ways we can create a healthier environment for people and pollinators. I'm on the main stage video, and you're invited to visit our partners in booths for activities and to ask questions of the experts. So some of our presenters you can see on the screen will be rotating throughout the day between 10 and 2 today. If you are on YouTube or Facebook, I encourage you to go to beeboulder.org to register so that you can ask questions of people on the booths. You can also ask questions in YouTube and Facebook chat, and we'll do our best to answer your questions. I want to thank the committee that has been with us for the last 5 years creating this annual event, and also our sponsors who make this program possible to be free to all of you. The schedule we have on the main stage, we will start each hour with Jeff and Paige, and you can see Rella Abernathy, Dean Bowers, and the Bee Chicas will be on our stage between now and 11 o'clock. And the Bee Chicas will be doing live hive inspections at the quarter of each hour. So some of the things that you can do to support pollinators is you can grow meadows, not lawns. Consider adding flowering plants to your lawn. Take 10% challenge and to remove 10% of your lawn and plant native flowering plants. Consider adding clover, ajuga, self-heal, crocus, or other ground cover to your lawn that blooms again and again after mowing. Eliminate pesticides. These are poison for pollinators. Visit People and Pollinators Action Network, Bee Chicas, and City of Boulder booths below to learn how to eliminate pesticides in your home and neighborhood. And let your dandelions bloom. Dandelions are an excellent and early food source for pollinators, which is critical in the spring months. You can mow or pluck them before they go to seed. So again, welcome. Please visit our booths below and spend some time with us on the main stage with people like Amy Yarger, the horticultural director of the Butterfly Pavilion. She's a native plant expert and will be in the City of Boulder's booth until 10:45. Amy will answer your questions about native plant gardening for pollinators, preparing your garden for winter, spring cleanup, and maintenance for pollinators, and special programs from community science to Boulder's Small Gardens Big Change. And now I want to welcome Jeff and Paige. We're
on!
Songwriters and science educators that will bring the love of nature, fascination of science to life with music, experiments, and stories. And Jeff and Paige, thank you for being part of the Bee Boulder Festival since the very beginning 5 years ago. Over to you, my friends.
Oh, hey there. I'm a hummingbird, can't you tell? I can flap my wings 53 times per second. Everyone get out your wings and see if you can flap as fast as me. Faster, faster. Whew, it's Pollinator Appreciation Month. I need some nectar from a flower.
I'm a flower. I've got lots of nectar for you, hummingbird. Come on over and get some nectar, but you'll have to take some of my pollen as well to help me make seeds. Don't forget our spin move, hummingbird.
I'm perfectly adapted to you.
There's a dance in this song you can help us out with if you feel like dancing. It goes like this.
Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 flap. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower.
Let's do it again a little bit slower.
Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 flap. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower. I am a ruby-throated hummingbird and I love you because you help me when I feed. Yes, all the nectar that I guzzle comes directly from your muzzle. Oh, you give me what I need.
I am a trumpet creeper, flower red and tubular, and you also meet my needs. Oh, when you come and drink my nectar, you become a pollen vector, and you help me to make seeds.
And though the leaves may fall and all the the trees grow tall, and time keeps marching on through. But baby, you and me, we're meant to be. I'm perfectly adapted to you. Boom, 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 perfectly adapted to you. Nature made a pair of two. Don't go change it for somebody new, 'cause I am perfectly adapted to you. Should we try the dance?
All right, if you would like to join in the dance, you can stand up if you're able or stay seated, and you can do it from your seats.
Here we go. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 flap. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 flap. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower. Do you really need pollen from another flower to make seeds?
I do, and thanks to you, I get it,
Oh.
pollinator you.
Let's try the dance again, even faster. Here we go. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 flap. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 flap. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower. Hi, I'm Jeff.
And I'm Paige, and together we are Jeff and Paige. Thanks, Kathy, for that lovely introduction. We're so happy to be here at the virtual Boulder Bee Festival. Yay! We also have a couple of families here in our live studio audience. It's okay if you make noise, families. It's nice to hear real human beings who are actually here, and it's nice to be singing to lots of other human beings who are a little bit further away.
Whenever we go hiking in our shows, it sounds like this.
Ooh,
Ah, ah.
ooh, ooh, ah, ah, I'm hiking. Ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, I'm hiking. Oh, it's such a beautiful day for the Bee Festival, the 5th year. Well, you can't have a Bee Festival without, the 6th year. You can't have the Bee Festival without some flowers. Speaking of, I'm going to pick some flowers for the bees. They'll love them. I'll make a nice bouquet, and then I can see if I can attract some bees over for the festival. I've got a yellow one, and here's a pink one. I also need this white one. Seems like I need just a little more variety for this bouquet of flowers. Let's see if I can find something really special around here. No, nothing back here. Nothing over here. Oh, how did I miss this flower? It's huge and it's perfect. I'm gonna give a little sniff. Whew, it smells like it had pizza for dinner last night. I'm just gonna come in here and reach around it. 1, 2, 3. Oh! It's weird. It sounded like the flower made a noise, but flowers can't talk, so it must have been my imagination. I'll just try again from this. Oh! Jeez. It really got some tough roots. Let me try from here. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, please don't do that. It's Pollinator Appreciation Month, and you can't have pollinators without growing flowers. I'm quite happy right here in the meadow where I've been growing. Everybody sink your roots into the soil, suck up water through your roots, spread your leaves to the sun, and make some petals to say, butterflies, bats, birds, and bees, come see me. It's pollination time.
Wow, never thought about it before. But these flowers out in nature, they work really hard to grow here. You can help us out in this song by turning yourselves into seeds. Make your bodies really tiny, all the way down to the ground, squeeze into a seed, and then every time you hear us say grow, grow up into a flower. All right, back to a seed.
And now grow. Here we go. Wa-ba-ba-bee-ba-bo, ba-dee-bo-bo-bo. Wa-ba-ba-bee-ba-bo, ba-dee-bo-bo-bo.
La 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 la.
Oh, Kinnikinnick is growing by the ponderosa pine.
If just a little pick, you could be mine.
Pick me, but you know that I am happy where I grow.
Should I pick him? I don't know.
No.
I would love to take him home.
No, you see that I am very, very happy where I grow, so think it over slow.
Everybody show me your thinking faces out there. Maybe rub an imaginary beard. Well, I thought it over what this flower was saying, and in the end,
She decided not to pick Kinnikinnick, so I can stick where I like to grow. So instead she'll snap a pick Kinnikinnick. I put the kick into your hikes. You know, turn into a seed.
turn into a tiny, tiny little seed.
And now grow, Kinnikinnick, grow back to a seed. Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow. Get out your imaginary camera. Take a picture of something up high. Down low.
Woo, there's some kids back here.
Now take a picture of the most beautiful flower in the meadow.
I think he's talking about himself.
Well, that day was a big turning point for Paige.
Yeah, you know, before today, I used to go out into nature and take all sorts of stuff. 6 rocks, sometimes even bugs. But now, this is a running in place part, or if you're not able, you can pound on your legs, or if you're just tired, you can pound on your legs. Here we go. When I'm hiking and discipline, I'm biking like a beetle or a shrub or a berry or a grub.
And she really wants to grab it, so at home she can have it. Instead, she'll take a picture so she can still remember all the beauty she has seen in the forests and the streams, the mountains and the rivers. All the views that give her shivers are captured in her camera so that she can finally show you what it means to love a place and to practice leave no trace.
To pick, or not to pick, to take, or not to take, to pick, or not to pick, to take, or not to
She
take.
decided not to pick Kinnikinnick, so I can stick where I like
to
grow. So her camera makes the click Kinnikinnick. I put the kick into your hikes. You know.
Everybody turn into a tiny little seed,
Smaller.
waiting for the sun and rain so you can
And now grow, Kinnikinnick, grow.
back to a seed.
Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow. Back to a seed. Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow. One more time. Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow.
Well, this is just our first set. We have a couple of others coming up on the hour. Our next one will be 20 minutes long. We only have time right now for one more song, but we can't end a set at the Bee Festival without bees. I am so thankful to live here in the city of Boulder with all of these people who are so passionate about protecting our pollinators. And Jeff, did you know that honeybees actually provide us with 1/3 of the food that we eat?
That is amazing. Let's do the honeybee dance. We are Jeff and Paige. Join us in our virtual booth. We'll sing a couple other songs if you like. And we hope we see you again at 11 for our next set, which is a new show.
For now, everybody say pollinator.
Pollinator!
Louder, pollinator!
Pollinator!
Bees are pollinators, and they're so important to us. Do the honeybee dance like this.
Honeybees left,
Honeybees right,
honeybees clap your wings. And now honeybees turn in a circle and shake the thing that stings.
Singers out there, everybody.
Yeah, honeybees here,
Do it, Jeff.
honeybees there.
And another.
Honeybees do your dance.
Crazy dance.
And the honeybees search for nectar. They pollinate the plants.
All right, can we get a little faster?
They do a lot of work for me. Honeybees. Nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Thank you, honeybees.
Freestyle, dance any way you like. Oh well, the female bees are called the workers. They make up most of the hive.
Yeah, all the lady bees do all of the work that keeps the hive alive. They feed the drones and they feed the queen. The honeybee hive, it's the honey machine. All the lady bees do all of the work to keep the hive alive.
Should we try that honeybee dance a little bit faster? One more time.
Triple speed.
Okay, faster, and then we'll say bye and head into our booth. Here we go.
Faster! Bees have a lot of work to do. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Honeybees left, honeybees right. Honeybees flap your wings. Honeybees turn in a circle. Shake the thing that stings.
Singers out there.
Yeah, honeybees here,
Jump.
honeybees there.
Jump.
Honeybees do
Crazy
your
dance.
dance. And When the honeybees search for nectar, they pollinate the plants. Yeah, honeybees, they do a lot of work for me. Honeybees,
Nothing could be greater than a pollinator.
nothing could be greater than a pollinator. So I say thank you, honey.
Great, Jeff and Paige, thank you so much. We will see you again at the top of the hour. And families, if you'd like more songs and stories about pollinators, visit the Boulder Public Library booth at 10:30 for a live pollinator story time with Miss Chrissy. Also, visit our other partners that have family-friendly activities like CU Science Discovery, Butterfly Pavilion, and other partners that you can see below. If you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube, you might want to go into Booth Central so that you can ask questions of our partners that are in several booths. You can go to beeboulder.org to find out more about how to register for Booth Central and join. And it's all free and everyone is welcome to participate. So now I have the great pleasure of welcoming Rella Abernathy with the City of Boulder Pollinator Programs to the stage. And we've got some questions about, Rella, what is Pollinator Month all about?
Well, this all started back in 2015 after the city banned the use of the neonicotinoid insecticides on city properties. And these are insecticides that are shown to cause harm to bees and other organisms. So City Council wanted us to really celebrate our actions and take more actions to protect pollinators and educate the community and work with all of our partners like the Bee Chicas and People and Pollinators Action Network, Growing Gardens, all of the great folks that are here today to not only excite people about the beauty and importance of pollinators, but also to come up with programs and ways we can work as a community to improve their health.
And Rella, can you tell us why pollinators are so important?
Well, I'm sure everybody's heard that of our food supply, 1 in 3 bites are produced from pollination. But we sometimes forget all of the plants, the flowering plants of the world, more than 80% that produce seed due to pollination. And now's a good time of year to go look out in the surrounding beautiful areas that we're lucky enough to have in Boulder, where many of these native plants are filled with seeds. And this is really the fabric that covers the earth and is foundation of all life. So pollinators are one of the most important partners in producing life on this planet.
And why is it so important for us to help out the bees? Like, are they really in trouble right now?
Yes, we know about some of the larger species like the bumblebees that are being studied that around the world. Multiple bees and butterflies are in decline, and all insects, in fact. There are many, many bee species. A lot of people don't realize that, but worldwide there's over 20,000 species and 4,000 in North America, almost 1,000 here in Colorado, and here in Boulder County we have 550. Many of them are tiny little bees, and so we don't really know a whole lot about each of these individual species. But overall, we know insects are declining. And for people, older people like me, we can remember when we were kids, if you drive your car anywhere in the summer, it would just be plastered with insects all over the windshield and the grill. And go out under a streetlight at night, it'd just be swarming with insects. And just the sheer number of insects is declining around the world. So it's really important that we take action to protect all of these insects and other species of animals that are in decline.
So what are some of the things that we can do to help protect the pollinators and other insects?
Well, that's one of the great things is we can do something. This is something we can actually help to stop this, to stem this loss of pollinators and other insects. And we can do that in our own yards. It's one of the reasons why we're having declining pollinators and other animals is because of destruction of habitat that comes from urbanization, the way we grow our food, and building roads, and just not enough habitat. And we're finding more and more that urban areas are really important to protect pollinators and other wildlife. So all of the groups here today can help provide examples of the types of plants you might want to put in your yard that can protect and sustain pollinators and provide food for birds. One really important thing is a lot of people don't like insects, but insects are fascinating and important. And we do want to see insects and spiders in our yards. So that's really important to grow the right types of plants in the right way. And there are multiple experts here today that can help with that. And the other thing is buying organic food. It's not just better for our health, but it also think about the farms that are producing our food and the impact they have on the environment. And all of this is connected to climate change as well. So by what you do in your yard and the food you buy, and local food, grow food in your own yard, can make a big difference for climate change as well as biodiversity loss.
And so can you say more about how climate change is affecting pollinator conservation?
Yeah, it's all kind of like a perfect storm that's all interrelated. So what we're seeing is, as with the loss of biodiversity, is we're seeing some local extinctions and not enough food, not enough flowering plants for pollinators. That we start getting ecosystems out of balance. But at the same time, as we have these higher temperatures, animals are having to migrate to cooler temperatures or up in elevation. So the animals that can, and the insects and pollinators that can move, are trying to get to a better place where they can survive and hopefully find the plants they need. But some can't. And so there are winners and losers in all of this. And that's why it's so important for all of us to do everything we can to keep as much biodiversity as possible in our surrounding areas and in our yards, because those pollinators are going to be moving through the city. It's really important they have a route and a path to do that. And we do that by creating corridors, which is a project that the city's working on with CU researchers and graduate students and other cities across the nation, so that we can learn how we can grow the number of plants that we'll need to improve and transform Boulder's landscaping for pollinators and for our health as well.
And they'll be in the city's booth later on today if people want to ask questions about about the program with the master students.
Yes, in the City of Boulder booth, if you scroll through the pictures, it'll tell you who's going to be present in the booth and what time they'll be there. So you can stop by and ask questions. The students are also asking Boulder residents questions about how they value landscaping and what types of practices they use. So please stop by and fill out that survey to provide the information we need to learn what matters to people in Boulder and what we can do together to improve landscaping.
Great. Thanks, Rella. And we have a question from Susan Lynn Kircher. She's asking, how do I dispose of weed killer I will not use? How can she safely dispose of that?
Well, the county has a great program. So if you go out to Charm, and that's out at 6400 Arapahoe, where Resource is, and EcoCycle, you can take your unused herbicides, insecticides, fungicides, all your pesticides there, and they'll dispose of them safely. And they're also working with people in the county, throughout the county, to reduce the use of pesticides so we don't buy them in the first place, and then we don't have to worry about disposing of these toxics. And on the beeboulder.org website, there are some tips for how not to use pesticides, including a great guide to how you can manage your lawn without pesticides, including herbicides and synthetic fertilizers, which work their way into our creek and cause harm to ecosystems there.
Mm-hmm. And there's some people in booths where people can ask more specific questions about organic weed control and organic pest control as well today.
Yeah, there are multiple people that know a lot about and can answer all your questions. So it's a good time to take advantage of having all these experts available.
Yeah. And for viewers who are live with us now, you're welcome to ask questions in the chat and we'll do our best to answer them or direct you to one of our expert partners who will be with us today. So Rella, what are programs that people can join or support to be involved with helping with promote cultivating and conserving pollinators and our biodiversity?
Well, we're really lucky here in Colorado, in Boulder in particular, that there are so many organizations. We have programs through the city that you can learn about on the beeboulder.org website. And we have multiple organizations here that have all kinds of programs. So stop at each booth, talk to the organizations and see what they're doing and how you can get involved. And there's something for everybody, no matter what your interests are. Even writing or poetry and articles or talking to your neighbors and art and music are all really important in spreading the word about the steps we need to take. And then action in your own yard. If you don't have a yard, just putting some plant pots out on your balcony or volunteering to help install plants around the city. There's multiple things everybody can do to help.
And can you tell us about the Small Gardens Big Change program?
This is a newer program that we just started in the summer. And the idea behind it is that in order to put in the sheer volume of native plants that we need to be able to produce them cheaply, for free if we can. And we need to turn this city into essentially a distributed community nursery, which means we need to grow the seed we need. And you'll find out more about that from Dave Sutherland, how we can do that later today. We need to grow the plants out. We can do that in our own homes. And you can either buy flats or you can grow in egg cartons or whatever you have on hand. And we need to share plants with our neighbors and public spaces and get them installed. So the idea is to get some of our older residents who have been isolating due to COVID to try to avoid exposure, to grow out seedlings from seed, native plant seed, and share those where we can install them throughout the community. And that can expand to everyone, churches, schools, community groups, and families. Everybody can grow plants to share with their neighbors. And that's our goal, is to make sure we have corridors and hubs of pollinator habitat all across the city.
Great. And if people want to find out more after this event, how would they go to beeboulder.org to find out more about Small Gardens Big Change?
Yes, and everyone is welcome to contact me directly, and I'll do my best to point you to resources and that can help you follow your interests to help pollinators, all biodiversity, and create a more resilient community for all of us.
If someone wants to make a change in their neighborhood and there's an HOA who currently uses pesticides, what resources would you recommend, or organizations, to help educate the HOA and maybe find other ways to maintain the gardens and landscaping in a neighborhood?
Now, the city's currently working on a project with Boulder Housing Partners that was funded by a group called Healthy Babies, Bright Futures, who are trying to reduce exposure of neurotoxins to young children and pregnant women. And so we are right now in the process of Boulder Housing Partners of transitioning all of their properties over to organic lawn management and grounds management. There are also several HOAs in the city where the residents have been working on their own to transform and transition over to organic management, and putting some plants into some native plants. So there's a lot going on, and if there's enough interest, it's a great way to come together with other HOAs and learn from each other, and also learn from what we're doing at Boulder Housing Partners. Through the winter, we'll be developing some model contracts and some model requirements that people can use with contractors, and contractors across the city are becoming trained on how to manage organically. So that's an exciting step that will make changes here, and hopefully will be adopted by other Front Range cities too.
Great. Rella, thank you so much for spending time with us on the main stage of the Bee Boulder Festival. And thank you for your leadership of the committee that plans this event and Pollinator Appreciation Month events all over the city. So thank you so much.
Well, thanks. I'm excited about today, and I hope everybody has a great time.
Yeah. And if people have more questions, you'll be in the booth at some point in the City of Boulder booth?
I'm going to be wandering around, so yeah, ask questions in that booth, and if the people there can't answer them, I'll stop by and answer them.
Great. Thank you so much, Rella.
Thank you.
All right. And now I have the great pleasure of welcoming Dean Bowers to the main stage of the Bee Boulder Festival. Dean is in the Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology and will be in the CU Museum booth. And Dean, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Great.
So one of the questions, we've been talking with Rella about developing pollinator-friendly gardens or yard. And so if people are considering, like, how would people attract some of the other pollinators besides just bees to my yard?
Excuse me. So if you're interested in butterflies and moths, which is my area of expertise, there's two things you can do. One, you can plant the flowers that the adult butterflies and moths will visit and collect nectar from and pollinate. But you can also plant the food that the caterpillars eat. So, for example, planting milkweeds. Milkweeds are actually a really good nectar source for a lot of bees and wasps. You occasionally see butterflies at them as well, but they're a great source of food for monarch caterpillars. And so by planting the host plant that the caterpillars feed on, you can have more, you can attract monarchs to lay eggs on them. I found a couple of monarch caterpillars on my milkweeds this summer, actually. Another plant that you can plant that's really great is dill or parsley, which is the host plant of black swallowtail caterpillars. And they actually were not too common around here for the last few years, but this year I found 3 black swallowtail caterpillars on my dill and raised them and let the adults go. And so those are, so you can attract not only the adults by planting certain plants that they'll visit to take nectar from, but also plant the plants that the caterpillars will feed on. So if you want to plant good plants for butterfly visits, are zinnias. Zinnias are great, really easy to grow. They're very attractive to butterflies because they have a pretty good nectar. They produce a fair amount of nectar. And then things like Tithonia, which is a Mexican sunflower, is the common name. It has orange flowers. Cosmos are really attractive to butterflies. A plant that's often thought to be attractive to butterflies but isn't because it doesn't produce nectar are marigolds. So I love marigolds, but they're not great for butterflies.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so do pollinators, are they specific to certain plants? Like, are there certain plants that you can plant to attract specific pollinators?
Right. So butterflies are pretty generalist in where they go to get nectar, but some other pollinators can be really specialized. For example, hummingbirds tend to visit plants that have a long tubular corolla, and they also typically like flowers that are red or pink. So something that you can plant for hummingbirds is Zauschneria, or I think sometimes it's called creeping hummingbird trumpet. And that's a late season bloomer, so it's blooming right now. And this is a period of time where the hummingbirds are coming down from the mountains where they've been over the summer, and they're heading back south. They're starting to migrate back south. And so this is a really great time to have Zauschneria planted because it's a really good nectar source for them. And other things that have red tubular flowers are really great for hummingbirds. For moths, moths tend to pollinate flowers that bloom at night because moths fly at night. And a really couple of good plants for moths are tobacco nicotiana, which some varieties have white flowers with long tubes and corolla tubes, and moths are attracted to those. Also, datura, another plant that's moth pollinated, And then a great general plant, again, for this time of year, for the fall, is rabbit brush, which attracts all kinds of pollinators. It's one of the few things that blooms really late. And so you can see bees and wasps and butterflies and moths all visiting rabbit brush.
Well, and we had quite a spectacular winter storm this week after 90-degree weather, and then the next day it was down into the 30s. So can you talk about the importance of like the early and the late blooming flowers in order to support pollinators in our strange weather times?
Well, actually, I don't know about elsewhere in the county, but out here it didn't freeze. And so the snow didn't harm plants that are very sensitive to cold temperatures. Zinnias, for example, are very sensitive to cold temperatures, and my zinnias are just fine. And so a little bit of snow, or a fair amount of snow in this case, when the temperature has been warm beforehand, can be not as damaging as snow that we might get later in the season when the temperatures are starting to be cold anyway. So this snow, on top of that, those really warm temperatures, was not as damaging as it could have been if it had in fact occurred later in the season when temperatures were cooler, or we hadn't had that heat wave before.
And what happens to the butterflies and the moths and the bees when the weather finally kills most of the flowering plants? What do they do? Where do they go for food?
Well, it depends. Well, in the normal course of things, the insects cue into the fact that the days are getting shorter and the temperatures are dropping. And so they will, in the case of butterflies, many butterflies, the larvae, instead of forming the pupa or chrysalis and then having another butterfly hatch out right away, they will go into what's called diapause, which is sort of a hibernation. And so they'll hibernate over the winter in a protected place and then come out again in the spring. So, for example, if any of you grow tomatoes, you may be finding tomato hornworms on your tomatoes, which I'm finding quite a few of them right now. And tomato hornworms cue into the fact that the day length is getting shorter. And so the tomato hornworms that you have in your garden now are going to pupate. And when they form the pupa, they actually dig down into the soil as much as 1 to 2 feet.
Wow.
And form the pupa in the soil. And then they'll spend the winter there. And then in the spring, when the ground starts to warm up, the moth will hatch and will actually climb up through the soil and emerge and inflate its wings and take off. So insects know, can read cues like change in day length and change in temperature that tell them, okay, it's time to go into a physiological state that's going to allow me to survive the winter.
And do tomato hornworms turn into hummingbird moths?
They do. They do. They turn into really big, probably 4-inch diameter, gray, brown moths. They're actually quite beautiful.
They are. And the reason they're called hummingbird moths is because people sometimes confuse these moths with hummingbirds because of their flight pattern.
Yes, and they're so big. I mean, their body size is as big as the body of a hummingbird. Or
Wow.
pretty darn close.
Yeah. And so what other butterflies and moth pollinators would I see here in Colorado, or beetles and are there other insects that are also pollinators?
Yes. So aside from bees, which are, of course, the most well-known pollinators and really the most important pollinators, lots of insects, other insects are pollinators. So I've talked about butterflies and moths, but beetles can also serve as pollinators. And I don't know if people have had a chance to see the little video that I made, but I think that's going to be shown later on. Beetles are kind of messy as far as pollinators go. They're called meson soil pollinators because basically they're visiting flowers to eat the pollen. And so they visit a flower, they eat pollen, but while they're eating pollen, they end up getting pollen all over their bodies, and then when they visit another flower of the same species, they can transfer some of that pollen. So right now, you can see it's pretty common to see soldier beetles, which are orange and black beetles that you can see on a lot of, typically they're on yellow flowers right now. So they're pretty common here in Colorado. And there's other beetles that feed on pollen and occasionally on nectar that can serve as pollinators.
And we had a question from Andrea. She says, I read that parasitoid wasps kill all of the monarch larvae in Colorado. Is this true?
No.
Good.
So parasitoid wasps, for those of you who don't know, are wasps that lay their eggs inside other insects. And the larvae of those wasps develop inside the caterpillar or other kinds of things. If any of you have seen the movie Alien, the bad alien was actually a sort of parasitoid. So those larvae develop inside the caterpillar or their host, and eventually they emerge from that host and kill the host. But there aren't that many parasitoids that attack monarch caterpillars. Actually, a lot of the loss of monarch caterpillars occurs when they're really young. And so they tend to be eaten by things like lacewing larvae or spiders or things like that. So, so parasitoids are one source of mortality for monarchs, but not the only source, and they're definitely not responsible for killing all of the monarch caterpillars. I've seen quite a few monarch caterpillars this year, actually.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And what are the possible consequences if there is a loss of a specific pollinator?
So some pollinators are pretty generalized in the number of plant species that they'll visit. But there are some plant pollinator relationships that are very tightly connected. And so a particular species of moth, for example, may only pollinate a particular species of plant. So it's so the timing of when the moth occurs may be very closely linked to the timing of when that plant produces flowers. And if that moth is lost, it may not be possible for another moth species because of the co-evolved mutual specialization of the plant and the moth. There may not be another moth that can pollinate it, but there could be. But it depends on how specialized that relationship actually is. And there are some that are very, very close, where the loss of the plant could result in the loss of the pollinator or vice versa.
Wow. And so there are things like we would have to resort to hand pollinating if we lost our pollinators for things like squash and tomatoes then.
Possibly, but squash and tomatoes are, as crops, have been, squashes still need to be visited by pollinators to produce fruit. A lot of tomatoes have been bred so that they don't require pollinators. But for squash, there are a lot of different bee species that visit squash flowers. So honeybees, for example, really commonly visit squash flowers. So that's not an example of a super specialized situation. There are certain cactus species, for example, that they bloom for a very short period of time during the summer, and the timing of when their pollinators are out, in the local cases, there's some bee cactus relationships. So the flowers bloom for a relatively short period of time. There are very specialized bees that pollinate those cacti flowers. And if the timing's off or there's no bees around, then those cactus flowers may not be pollinated.
Wow. Dean, thank you so much for spending time with us on the main stage and sharing your knowledge about all the different pollinators beyond just bees. It's fascinating to know that there are other pollinators that we need to be aware of and protect as well.
Great, great. Well, thank you so much. And just to let people know, I did make a short 20-minute or so video that talks in a little bit more detail about other kinds of pollinators besides bees. And so please visit the museum booth and take a look at that. So
Great.
Thanks so much, Kathy.
Yes, thank you, Dean. Take care.
Bye.
And for those of you, we've had a question from Ted about his son wanting to learn how to become a beekeeper. And it just so happens we have 4 beekeepers up on the stage next. We'll have a live hive inspection. So we have Cynthia and Tracy, Deborah, and Teresa.
And we are pollinator advocates and educators. So we visit elementary school classrooms. We have a wonderful partnership with the Boulder Public Library, and the Library Foundation funds our rooftop hives there. And we offer monthly workshops. So visit the website and you can find out about all the stuff we do around town on the library website. And today we're going to share our passion about the amazing world of honeybees.
Hi, I'm Teresa. This is one part of our yard that has bees. This is an apiary with 2 Langstroth hives. And this is Tracy, and she's going to show you how to start a smoker. So we just have some newspaper here, and I'll come out here so you don't have to come too close to the bees. And you can see all the creosote building up in there, and then old pressed cotton that we like dryer lint almost like. And just get a little bit in there, and look at all the creosote in there. Then something that calms the bees, but actually we think it calms them. It makes them ignore us because they communicate by smell, and the guard bees can't alarm the other workers to our presence when they're confused or confuddled by all this smoke. So their smell is about 100 times better than our smell, and their bodies are designed so that they have communication by smell, and this interferes with it. So they think there's a forest fire nearby, and they start to gorge on honey, and they really aren't aggressive when they're gorged on honey in their bellies. And speaking of gorging and bellies, we've had bears in our yard for the last week gorging themselves on purple grapes on our arbor. And so this is a bear fence right here. And so I keep this on all the time right now during the fall, because I do not want the bears to find the bees easily. They don't.
Oh,
It's broken.
Okay, all right. Well, that's
And
working.
this is how it's working. Look at that smoker.
That's the sign of a seasoned beekeeper with
Right.
tools that get well used.
Yes. So I strapped down these hives with some strong straps, and I've anchored them into the ground with these dog sort of anchors for a dog chaining up a dog.
And one, talk about the entrance. One of the first things we like to do before we open up a beehive is look at the entrance and see that they're coming and going. There was somebody with pollen. Did you see that?
Did you see that? Can you see that, Fartea? There's pollen coming in right now, and pollen is so important to feed the bees to make winter the bees so they're healthy over the winter.
And I'm noticing they're propolizing the entrance right there.
Right here. Tell them about propolis.
Yeah, so propolis is like a bee glue, but it's also a really key part of their immune system. So when you have a sick hive, you want to encourage them to bring in more propolis. It's a plant resin, mostly from cottonwoods, poplars, and we actually use it in our throat sprays and on lozenges. It helps humans too.
Yeah, with a sore throat or helps build your immune system. I'm actually going to remove that propolis today because they've only had half for a couple weeks, and they're ready for a full entrance reduced.
Yep.
So I'm going to take that propolis out so that I can, get in the reducer,
Yeah.
and I'm going to save it for our tinctures.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we're reducing hives in the winter is this is fall now, and there's so much pressure and competition with the wasps and other beehives. So honeybees actually will rob
from other weaker hives. And then wasps will try to get in there and eat larvae and rob as well. So then they only have to protect a smaller entrance. Here's our winter entrance right here.
And see, I'm saving this propolis. I've had this propolis jar for a couple seasons now, and you can put it in all sorts of good medicinal things and keep it when I need it. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to open up the hive. And so I'm going to carefully open up the top and take a look inside.
And we're going to smoke a little bit. Wow, they're healthy, Teresa.
This is one of my healthiest hives.
Wow.
And
we know that because it's a big population here.
Mm-hmm. And if you notice in the outer cover, I put a little piece of wood here because that gives them extra ventilation. When they get super crowded and if it gets cold outside, then it has condensation inside and it rains back down on the bees. So I'm going to take my hive tool and I'm going to open it up. And it's so sticky because it's got propolis and they're getting ready for winter. So they fill up like every crack with that propolis that we just showed you.
And this is Teresa's hive, so she likes to manage it in her own style of beekeeping. There's so many styles of beekeeping. I'll throw a little smoke in here.
So Tracy,
And y'all are using clean, sterilized hive tools because we don't want to spread disease from hive to hive.
So it's very stuck together with propolis.
So here we are. And what we're going to do, and there's even propolis on the frames in there. We're going to look inside and we are going to see if the queen is on this inner cover because we do not want to put the queen
on the ground
or anywhere. I have a ledge here, which is very handy. So I'm going to put the bees up there so they're not on the ground.
So looking at this top box here, so these are limestone boxes, and in this top box in the fall, they generally put honey up here. And so we might be able to pull out a honey frame.
Let's do that. Let's pull out the second one over here, Tracy.
Okay.
I don't like to pull the ones right at the edges because they are a lot of times are stuck and we don't want to rip open the honey. So now what I'm doing is loosening the frames with my hive tool, and so is Tracy by loosening it like that first. Then we're going to both pull it out with our little hooks. Here, these hooks are very handy. Okay, you ready?
It's coming apart. The screws are in the
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, loosen it. And then
Taya, can you hear me?
that's because they're preparing for winter. Okay, with this, let's leave that one then. I'll have to fix that one. That one's actually, the nails are coming apart. So that happens sometimes. So I'm going to take this one out, keeping the one on the edge. Then I put my hook in here and I lift on this side. And Tracy's going to lift on the other side. And here it
Deborah,
is.
do you want to get in a little closer to see it coming up? Like
Look at that.
bees? Yeah, and we're really trying not to roll any bees as we pull out this
Very
honey
slowly.
frame. And it looks like capped honey. The dark cappings here, that's honey.
And Tracy or Deb, you want to hold this? Okay, I was going to just put, I'll show it to you. I'll show you the other side too.
Okay, and you see uncapped honey right here. And
let's flip it over. I wanted to show you pollen. Can you find the pollen, Tracy, on your camera?
oh yeah, I'm gonna zoom right in there. So this opaque gummy stuff, it looks like jam. That is pollen that's mixed with like a bit of nectar and honey. And it's a fermented product in the hive. It's pollen that gets fermented so the bees can digest it.
Calling bee bread. Did you say that?
No.
Bee bread.
Yeah, and there's some nice capped honey. And look at all the bees sipping up. Here, let me grab that for you.
Thank you. You got it?
Do you want to introduce our intern Taya with the last minute we had?
Yes, let's do that. Taya. This is Taya Stockman.
Yep, I'm a PhD student at University of Colorado Boulder, studying air quality. And the past 2 months, I've been doing research related to COVID. So how aerosols, when you're playing musical instruments, how the risk is basically the risk of getting infected, or like how much aerosols are produced when playing musical instruments. It's been really cool. I've been learning a lot. So, but I also really love bees. It's the bee man.
And Taya,
we're so excited to have her part of our team. She's been such a big help with our workshops, and she knows
all about the bees as well. So hopefully you'll see her when you come visit us at the library for workshops.
And we have a quick question.
Okay.
Kathy's letting us know, someone wants to know, Sherry wants to know if you use non-toxic detergents in the smoker.
You know what? We have not used our own lint. Sorry.
Right.
I was talking to the bee chickens.
Yeah.
We do not use our own dryer lint. We bought that through Brushy Mountain, which is now not in business anymore, but we use other things as smoker fuel. We use juniper bark. You can use pine cones. I like to use egg cartons. No, I like to use egg cartons because they flame up really well and they last a long time. Leaves are perfect.
But the thing about the dryer lint that we purchased from Brushy Mountain Bee, it never goes out. And when you're a beekeeper, your smoker can go out between hives or in the middle of a hive inspection and you have to relight it. Would you like more smoke there?
No, thank you.
So we'll be back next hour. Come join us.
Yes, we will. We're going to show you some. We're going to show you more of this.
It's over.
Okay.
We didn't quite get our come join us next hour, but hopefully Kathy
Okay,
sent it.
Oh, Chicas, thank you so very much. So that was Deborah, Tracy, Cynthia, and Teresa, and they are beekeepers who also maintain the Boulder Library's hives on the roof of the Japanese garden at the main library, and they offer monthly workshops. So we have a workshop coming up next week. If you visit boulderlibrary.org/seed to table, you can register for pollinator field journals. So we're delighted to be able to have the Bee Chicas do live inspections of the beehives each hour. And the very last one at 1:45, they'll be inspecting the native bee house, which is installed outside the main library. So you can learn more about native bee houses. And you can, if you're interested, if you've got beekeeper questions, please go to their booth in Booth Central and ask all your beekeeper questions, as well as some of their natural remedies for the hives and other workshops they do at the library. So again, welcome to the Boulder Bee Festival. If you are just joining us, you can visit beebolder.org to register to jump on the Booth Central platform so you can join our partners who are at different booths. So some people will be on the main stage, which is the video I'm on right now, and others will be live in their booths to be able to answer your questions about gardening and native bees and how to control weeds without pesticides, and converting your lawns to meadows to be able to feed our pollinators. So please visit these presenters. And if you're watching this after the event is finished at 2:00 today, go to beebolder.org for links to all of these organizations so that you can see how you can be more involved in protecting pollinators. And thank you to the committee who has been with us for the last 5 years for Pollinator Appreciation Month. Normally we are in person in Central Park in Boulder, Colorado. This year, due to COVID, it's all virtual this year. So people are joining us across from homes and businesses and outside. So thank you so much for joining us. Also, thank you for our sponsors who make this event and Pollinator Appreciation Month possible. And the schedule for upcoming from 11 to 12 today, each hour we have Jeff and Paige on stage, and you can see that we'll be interviewing Deana Van Daela, Liana Street, and then another live hive inspection with the Bee Chicas. So visit the booths that are below, and we've got more call to action. What are things that you can do in your own home, in your own neighborhood and community? You can plant flowers for all seasons, especially natives, but all flowers are good. Organic is best. Bees need early blossoms for food sources like dandelions, as well as late blooming flowers that we heard Dean share with us. You can visit the Denver Botanic Gardens, Xerces Society, and BBB Seed booths to ask about how to create a pollinator garden. Be a lazy gardener. So leave those small branches and pithy stems. Don't cut them all down because they become nesting habitats for native bees. So raspberry canes, sunflowers, and other sturdy stems left standing once the plant has died back for the season will be a nesting habitat. And also, please invite beneficial insects to your yard. These are often natural pest controls. So if we create habitats, then they'll be in our gardens. And also buy local and organic if possible, or grow your own food. So please visit Community Food Share and Garden to Table booths below to learn how they support community members with fresh produce. And if you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube while we're live until 2 p.m. today, September 12th, you can visit beeboulder.org to join us and register on Booth Central so that you can ask questions in the booths. We have, as Rella mentioned, we have University of Colorado Boulder Masters of the Environment graduate student team who are helping the city to rethink the way Boulder manages its urban landscapes, which is critical for a resilient future. Stop by the City of Boulder booth and learn about this project until 11:45 today. And now on the main stage, dynamic science singing duo, Jeff and Paige. Hi, Jeff and Paige, welcome. Good to see you back with us.
Bzz. Hi, Kathy. It's so nice to be here. At the Boulder Bee Festival, virtual 2020. Bzz. I am a honeybee, and I love living here in Boulder, Colorado, because all of the people here care so much about me, a pollinator. I just need to find a flower for some nectar. Bzz. Oh, hello.
Here, have as much nectar as you want, but would you mind taking some of this pollen with you when you go?
I'll get a lot. Oh, yeah, I've got a lot of nectar. I'm positively covered in this pollen as well. So when I fly to the next flower, I'll bring some of your pollen to the others. That's what makes me a pollinator.
Well.
This is the honeybee song, or thank you, honeybee. We do have some live members in our studio audience. Make some noise, studio audience. So if you hear people, that's what it is. This song has a dance in it because real bees tell their friends through dance when there is a lot of nectar, and Boulder's got a lot of it.
All right, see if you can keep up with Dancing Honeybee Paige. Honeybees left.
Slow it down, Jeffy. Honeybees right.
And now honeybees flap your wings.
Flap those wings out there.
Honeybees turn in a circle. Now shake the thing that stings.
So now you can shake your stingers with me.
Honeybees here.
Do a jump.
Honeybees there.
And again.
Honeybees, do your dance.
Okay, everybody do a crazy dance at that part.
And when honeybees search for nectar, they pollinate the plants. Oh, honeybees, they do a lot of work for me. Honeybees, nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Thank you, honeybees. All
right, freestyle bees out there. Dance any way you like.
Should we try that honeybee dance again, even faster?
Here we go.
Bees have to work really hard.
Start to move
Faster.
your feet a little bit faster.
Faster! 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Honeybees left, honeybees right. Honeybees flap your wings. And now honeybees turn in a circle. Shake the thing that stings. Yeah, honeybees here, honeybees there.
Jump.
Honeybees do
Crazy
your dance.
dance. Oh, yeah.
And when the honeybees search for nectar, they pollinate the plants. Honeybees, they do a lot of work for me. Honeybees, nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Nothing could be greater than this pollinator.
Did you know that I pollinate approximately 1/3 of the foods that humans eat?
I really love bees because they pollinate kiwis,
and
cashews, watermelon, cilantro, apples, mangoes, avocado, zucchini, cherries, pumpkins, pears, raspberries, strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, and many more.
That is a lot of work for this honeybee because we also make 10,000 trips between flowers.
Just to make one little spoonful of sweet, sweet honey, and then we spread it on our toast.
Everybody get out your imaginary toast like this. Your imaginary squeezy bottle of honey. Squeeze your honey on your toast with your favorite sound effects.
Now take a bite. And we say,
Thank you, honeybee. One last good drink, honeybees. Still standing out there.
Hey everybody, my name is Jeff.
And my name is Paige. Thank you,
Thank
studio
you.
audience. Let's call it the backyard audience.
Mhm.
Backyard audience.
And together we are Jeff and Paige.
We sing songs about science and nature. We love exploring outdoors. We love science experiments. And whenever we go hiking,
It sounds like this. Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. We're hiking.
Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, I'm hiking. Well, I can't go on a hike without having a little something to eat. So I picked this kale fresh from my garden. I just heard during the presentation before ours that growing your own food is a great way to help pollinators out. So check, I'm doing that. That feels nice to hear. I have this beautiful kale and I'm going to eat it and give me energy for my hike, but there's just one problem with this kale. It's got some bugs on it. I don't know if you can see that. Right there, there's a little bug, and there's another one over here. And
I can help with that. I'm a ladybug, and I eat all those little clear and white bugs on the bottom of your kales and broccolis and cabbages, the brassica. Aphids. I just wish... Thank you. There was another ladybug to enjoy this aphid feast in the garden with me. Oh, and did I mention most of my diet is aphids, but I also like some nectar, which makes me a pollinator. Here is a peaceful song about two ladybugs looking for a friend in the garden. It's called Aphid Banquet for Two. Well, I'm a ladybug, and did you expect that I would be a lady? Incorrect, I'm a manly ladybug. But I'm not some macho rock star. Just listen to my soft guitar. You can sway with me if you want. Well, I like to fly and to crawl. I like to sit in the sun. And I'd like a friend, 'cause every meal I have is just an aphid banquet for one.
I like my colorful wheels. I like to mold when I'm young. And I'd like a friend, 'cause every meal I have is an aphid banquet for one. If only there was a friend around here.
An aphid is a little bug that sucks out the juice from a plant's leaves. Farmers love me 'cause I'll eat 5,000 of these pesky plant thieves. Well, I like to feast
And to feed.
but there's so many aphids in this garden. We made a deal, it's kinda lonely to be at an aphid banquet for
one. Just wish there was a friend around here to share this delicious garden feast.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
Another ladybug!
Friend!
Right here in the garden. Can we be friends?
I would love
Let
that.
me count your spots to see if we're the same age, okay?
Okay, well,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait a minute. You can't tell a ladybug's age by counting her spots. That's a myth. Besides, we don't live for a very long time, and a lot of that life is spent hibernating through the cold winter. I say it's too short to spend it all on your lonesome. What do you think? Table for two?
You bet. Waiter, table for 2, please. Preferably over near the stem.
I love the stem.
Me too. Well, we'll hibernate together in the winter, sleep in a swarm, safe through the storm. And we'll celebrate our first birthdays as the weather begins to get warm. A bright colored shell to tell the predators we could be poisonous. And we'll spew a foul goo from our knees if they even try to mess with us. Well, I'd like to fly in the sky.
And I'd like to fly next to you.
And I like you, but what I really love is an aphid banquet for two.
An 8-bit banquet for 2. An 8-bit banquet for 1 plus 1 minus 9 makes 2. And that means me and you. Yeah, you can applaud. It's okay. Bye-bye. Happy Pollinator Appreciation Month, aka me.
Well, I suppose that ladybug and the kale, it's a good reminder that insects and pollinators are a complex and important part of our world. We might think something is a pest, but to something else, it's an important part of their life cycle. I think I'd like to keep hiking. Whenever we go hiking, you can help us with this part. You can stand up and march with us. Or if you're not able to stand or you're feeling a little tired, you can just say the words and pound on your legs. Let's give it a try. All together out there. Here we go. Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. I'm hiking. Ooh, ah, ah.
Ooh, ooh, I'm hiking. Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, I'm hiking. Well, that snow from earlier this week is gone. It's warm out again. I think it's time for a night hike. Ooh, I'm hiking. Maybe I'll even see a nocturnal creature. Everybody say nocturnal. Animals that sleep during the day and come out at night to play. Maybe I'll even find a bat, a pollinator. Bats are pollinators, of course. Everyone knows that. Well, let's see what we can find.
Hello there. I am a bat, the little brown myotis bat to be precise, but I'm no pollinator. I'm an insectivore. Everybody say insectivore.
Insectivore.
I eat insects. Although my friends in other parts of the world, often more tropical places, they are pollinators, those fruit bats. If you would like to be a bat with me in this song, you can by giving yourselves great big ears for echolocation, tiny little eyes, and now flap your wings, bats, and I want to see if you can catch a mosquito like this, and another. You know, humans often think mosquitoes are pests, but to bats, they are an important part of my diet. Also, just a little fact you may not have thought about before, mosquitoes pollinate. Woo! What? They do.
Here we go. Bats.
Oh, baby.
They're mammals that fly.
Wings are the things that take them up in the sky.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
They fly through the night.
Nocturnal means that we sleep in the daylight.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
With mammalian fur.
Every mammal takes a little milk from its mother.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
They see with their ears.
Echolocation, how a microbat steers.
They can steer with their ears. They wake up in the twilight.
Breakfast at midnight.
Every meal is in flight.
We have terrible eyesight.
You might think bats are scary.
Very helpful and hairy, and that's
an ecosystem loves a bat.
All right, bats out there, flap those wings faster and faster and faster, and give yourselves ears for echolocation, tiny little eyes, and now catch a mosquito.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
Hanging in caves.
We're very, very hairy, but a bat never shaves.
There's so many species. Who would have thought?
Over 1,000.
Wow, that's a lot. Bats.
Murciélago.
En español.
The bumblebee bat es el más pequeño.
Bats.
Oh,
They
baby.
don't fly in your hair.
We're excellent pilots. That myth
It's unfair. They won't fly in your hair.
Here
They
we
wake
go.
up
Spin
in the
with me.
twilight.
Breakfast at midnight.
Every meal is in flight.
We have terrible
And you
eyesight.
might think bats are scary.
But we're helpful and hairy, and that's that.
An ecosystem loves a bat.
Watch out, virtual audience.
It's a mosquito. Ooh, mosquito, I don't like you. You give me itchy bug bites. Come any closer and I will crush you with an E major chord.
Haven't you've been listening to a word I'm saying? Clearly not husband. That was a little husband-wife joke for you. I love mosquitoes, and although you may not enjoy them, for bats are an important part of our breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Here we go. See how many mosquitoes you can catch in this cart. Ready? Bats catch thousands a night.
No mosquitoes, no bats, so how we miss them. Everything's connected in an ecosystem. Mosquitoes,
Annoying.
but don't dismiss them. Everything's important in an ecosystem. A system consisting of life coexisting. That's the definition of an ecosystem.
All right, bats out there, flap those wings up and down. Give yourselves great big ears for echolocation. Tiny little eyes. And now catch a mosquito like, delicious.
Bats,
Oh, baby.
well, now you should know.
We're part of a system and part of your home.
Bats,
Oh, baby.
I'm glad you're alive.
A healthy ecosystem will help us survive disco style.
staying alive. Bats, 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 they wake up in the twilight.
We breakfast at midnight.
Every meal is in flight.
We have terrible
And
eyesight.
you might think bats are scary,
But we're helpful and hairy, and that's that.
An ecosystem loves a bat.
Cover your wings over your eyes. Sink down low. Everyone wave goodbye to that bat. It's true. Bats here in Colorado are not pollinators. They're insectivores, but in other parts of the world, bats will help flowers make new seeds. Well, it's time to find Paige. Let me see if I can find her. Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, I'm hiking. Ooh,
I'm hiking. Ooh, oh,
Hey, Paige.
there you are. Well, we have a few more minutes. I was going to make a couple of announcements. Would you help me with those announcements?
Certainly.
And will you, before you pick up your guitar, will you show your shirt off to everybody?
Ooh.
Maybe could you take the guitar?
Bear
off?
mouth
There you go.
closed. Bear mouth open.
We do have a online store that you can check out at jeffandpaige.org, where we are selling our kids surprisable t-shirts, our kids butterfly wings, and masks for those pollinator fans out there. We also have 7. How many CDs do we have?
6.
6 CDs.
And of course, rainbow leggings for kids.
We have all this music that you can check out on our website, jeffandpaige.org.
I wanted to mention that we really, really appreciate City of Boulder, Boulder Public Library, and the Bee Chicas for keeping this event going in its 6th year in a virtual format. If you want to see us live, we do have an in-person event on September 27th. You can find out all the details.
But Jeff, yeah, I want
on
to know a couple right now.
jeffandpaige.org.
How does that work right now? How can we have a live event?
Social distance, lots of space, outdoors, all the details on our events
You
page.
can even drive into your spot and stay right by your car. It's going to be up in the mountains, and it's during peak aspen season, hopefully.
Well, we've got one final song for you, and it has to do with another pollinator. It is that time of year when this pollinator is getting ready for a long migration.
But before this pollinator can go on its long migration, it's got to head into its chrysalis and metamorphosize.
We will jump into our booth and do a couple other songs for anyone who wants to join us after this is done, and we will be back with another show at 12. Your life began on a milkweed plant, an egg on the bottom of a leaf, and it only took a couple of days before a caterpillar came out to eat.
As a caterpillar I was colored bright, stripes of yellow, black and white.
Eating all day and sleeping at night on your milkweed throne.
On my your chrysalis underwent metamorphosis.
And a couple weeks later, how about this? You were already fully grown, ready for a journey of great duration, the great monarch migration.
I see some butterflies right here in our live backyard audience. It's so cool. I'm going to just show. Is it okay if I show everybody these butterflies flying around? Are you okay with that too? Beautiful butterflies. That makes me so happy to see. I hope there's some butterflies at home as well. See if you can flap your wings every time we say migration in this song.
Well, every autumn, millions of monarch butterflies, they ride the air currents south to warmer skies. And so they go to Florida, California, or Mexico, and they eat and they fly. They mate, but then they die. They're gonna fly away from home to the south where it's warm. A migration. They don't need airplanes, just butterfly wings. Migration. They got their flower for their power and the sun for navigation. Migration. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The great monarch migration. You want to break it down, butterfly?
No, I do, but I need sunglasses for that. I mean, compound eyes. I need a rest up, baby. It's a long way back. I need to take a little break and eat a milkweed snack. But it's difficult to find relaxing spots with all these buildings and these roads and these parking lots. But migration doesn't need to be oh so hard. Just grow a butterfly garden in your backyard. A butterfly garden in your backyard. Migration could be so easy. I could eat and drink and sleep for free. Grow up a butterfly garden for me. All right, butterflies, let's migrate. Flap those wings. Here we go.
They're gonna fly back home as the weather's getting warmer. Migration. They don't need airplanes, just butterfly wings. Migration. Flower for the power and the sun for navigation. Migration. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The great monarch migration. Whoa, whoa, the great monarch migration. Whoa, whoa, the great monarch migration.
We're Jeff and Paige. Join us in our booth if you have any questions or other song requests. We'll be back at
12.
Jeff and Paige, thank you so much. And we loved the song about bats. We got some chat about that. That was very
That chat?
that
I
chat.
think some people didn't realize that bats were pollinators. So thank you.
You're so welcome.
Absolutely.
And mosquitoes. What?
And we will see you at the top of the next hour. Thank you.
Bye, Kathy.
Bye. So friends who are watching us now, if you'd like more songs and stories about pollinators, visit the Boulder Public Library's booth for Pollinator Storytimes. And you can meet native bees with the CU Museum of Natural History, learn more about pollinators and gardening and plants with CU Science Discovery, and other partners that you can see below. And if you've got specific native plant questions, Xerces and City of Boulder booths have experts on hand to answer your questions. So now it's my pleasure to welcome Daena Van Deel from Community Food Share. Daena, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So please tell us about Community Food Share and who you serve.
Community Food Share is a pretty unique food bank. We're pretty much the only food bank in Colorado that serves both agencies, smaller food pantries, and individuals. So we serve everybody from in Broomfield County and Boulder counties.
And how do you qualify to receive your services?
All you have to do is live in those counties. So it's pretty
Great.
easy. We try not to ask a lot of questions. You just come and we give you the food and then you go on.
Wonderful. And have you seen an uptick in need with COVID?
Yes, there has been a huge uptick in need. It's kind of steadied for a while now, probably for a month. But I think with the upcoming holidays and with still the COVID still being present, there's still going to be a need.
Sure. And how do you source your food? And how have you been able to manage to receive enough food to attend to the increasing needs?
Yeah, we've, I have a really great job because I get to see, the outpour of help that the community has brought, especially during the last 6 months. So we get our food from a lot of, Boulder is a huge foodie city. So lots of food manufacturers around Boulder. So they've reached out with food. We also work really closely with Feeding America since we're a member of a Feeding America food bank. We also have a great agriculture in Boulder and Broomfield. So we've got a lot of farms and people that love to garden. So they bring their extras, let us glean their fields. So that's where we get a majority of our produce.
Wow. And what is the Garden Share program and your partnership with the City and County of Boulder Grow and Give campaign?
Yeah, so we've had our Garden Share program for decades. And what it is, it's we promote every year. It's called Grow a Row. And what we do is promote to our neighbors, local farmers, for them to grow an extra row for us, so we can distribute to our individuals, participants, and agencies. So everybody, sometimes we all know as gardeners or growers, you kind of never know what you're going to get sometimes. So, and this year we've been really lucky. There's been an abundance of produce coming from local gardens and farms. So that's a great program. And then this year we got involved with the City and County of Boulder for, the Grow and Give Grow and Give campaign, which is pretty similar to our Garden Share and Grow a Row. So now it's just like double the amount of produce coming in, and it's great to see.
Wonderful. And so if individuals were interested in helping community food share, how would you recommend people get involved?
If they want to help for their excess produce.
Excess produce, or to support your work in other ways?
Yeah. Well, we have for produce, we have a non-contact farm stand outside of our front doors. So you just kind of drop your produce there that we keep an eye on all day. And so that's that way. Or if you have a larger donation, we always take it in the back of the warehouse. We always are looking for volunteers. Our volunteers numbers are limited just because we can't have as many people in the building at the moment. So, but we always need volunteers. That has not stopped, and that will never stop. They really make us, they make us succeed for sure. And we're coming upon food drive season. So it's a little bit different this year. So most of our food drives have gone virtual using the system, the Fenley system. And it's just a virtual food drive. It's really cool. It's kind of like you're buying food, but it's not actual food, but it'll go towards buying food if we need it.
Great. Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like our visitors to know about Community Food Share?
It's a great place. It's a great place to work. I'm so lucky to work here and be able to do what I do and help others. That's kind of my passion in life. So, and that's what we're here for. So we serve individuals Wednesday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then partner agencies, we serve Monday through Wednesday, 9 to 2 p.m. So, we're doing a drive-through distribution. So we've made it really easy just to drive up and get some food if you need it. Or if you have extras, let me know and we'll either come get it or you can drop it off here.
Great. Deana, thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you do to support our community with food.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. So friends, if you're just joining us, you're welcome to visit booths below. If you're on Facebook and YouTube, you're welcome to add comments in the questions. Please know that when you visit the booths, the presenters can see your texts and you can hear them and see their videos or their presentations. The presenters can't actually see you when you're in the booth. So please ask your questions by chat. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, we can answer your questions that way as well. If you'd like to interact directly with presenters, please log in to Booth Central. You can find that link on beeboulder.org. And now I have the great pleasure of welcoming Liana Street from PPAN, which is People and Pollinators Action Network. Liana, thank you so much for being on the main stage with us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
So could you tell us what the main differences are between native pollinators and honeybees?
So many people think of honeybees when we talk about pollinators, so I thought this would be a really good thing to talk about. Honeybees, I will start with, are not native. They didn't originate here. They came from Europe, which many people know, and they've been here for a long, long time. So they are, you know, part of our biodiversity now, and just very embedded here. There's feral hives, there's hives that hobby beekeepers keep, and commercial beekeepers keep hives. So they basically just moved east to west with settlers. And then we have many, many native pollinators. There's only one type of honeybee that we have here, but there's many, many native pollinators. You know, just in Colorado alone, there's over 900 native pollinators, and that's only bees. You know, we have 250 butterflies, we have moths, we have thousands of wasps and moths. So there's many different pollinators. Hummingbirds pollinate. So we're fortunate to have, you know, at least, I think it's 550 types of bees, native bees, just in Boulder County. So we're very rich in the diversity of pollinators that we have here.
And why is it that honeybees need beekeepers, but native bees don't?
Well, honeybees, you know, like I said, they've been here for so long that there are feral hives that live in, you know, our big willows and our big cottonwoods that aren't kept by anyone, but they are, so they can live just naturally. I mean, but we, as, you know, as humans, have used them to collect honey. They produce more honey than they need themselves. So as long as the balance is where the beekeeper can take enough to, you know, for us to use, then the honeybees have enough to survive as well through the winter. So that's why we have keepers of honeybees. And also they play a huge role in our food supply because of commercial beekeepers and even some hobby beekeepers, you know, small scale beekeepers that have their hives at small farms. So they need to be there to pollinate crops.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes the native pollinators, there may not be enough of to do. And we've made some changes in our agricultural system that have obviously affected that. And one big difference too, you know, most of our native bees are solitary. You know, most of our native pollinators are solitary. So people think of hives of bees when they think, and that's a honeybee. And even bumblebees are social insects like honeybees. But in a honeybee hive, you can have 30,000 and more bees at the height of the season in the summer. But bumblebees maybe 100 in their social society. And then all our native bees and other pollinators, they're solitary. You know, most of them live in the ground, not in a hive, and they may congregate together, but they're just worried about their one little area, and they just go about and do their business, and they're not worried about protecting a hive or anything.
And can you tell us why the pollinator populations are declining?
Well, there's so many different issues, but the main, you know, habitat loss is a huge piece to pollinator decline. And we often think of habitat loss with larger animals or birds, but, you know, as we keep developing land, there's less and less native areas for flowers. And then we put our, you know, many people have turf, and that is not, you know, that's basically, it's like a food desert for birds and insects. You know, there's nothing for them to eat. There's not enough forage to go around. So there's just not enough nectar and pollen. So, and then they also don't have nesting sites. Like I said, many of the native pollinators live in the ground. And if there's no open ground and just left to be like that, or puddling areas for butterflies, they can't survive. They may have enough food, but if they don't have the places to nest, they can't continue to, propagate and have more bees. So that causes a huge issue. Pesticide use is another huge issue. There's been so much, we use pesticides so much more now than we did years ago. And it's the type of pesticides that we use as well that plays a role. So reducing and eliminating pesticides is huge as far as the pollinator population, as well as, just human health too. And one big thing with homeowners, we often get herbicides and pesticides if we are going to use it, and may not follow the directions properly and think, I may need to use a little more. So we hope that people don't use herbicides and pesticides, and many, many people are not using that, especially in our wonderful community. And we just need to spread that word not to use, just use organic pest control and weed control as much as you can. Climate change definitely plays a role. We're in a much hotter environment in many places. Bumblebees, for example, are very susceptible to heat changes, and it's been so hot, and they can't necessarily cool themselves down. So they suffer with changes. I mean, just like everything else suffers, but for example, with a pollinator, and just pests, honeybees are dealing with varroa mites, and there's possibilities of varroa mites, a pest that, can kill colonies if not controlled by a beekeeper, that they're possibly going to other native pollinators. So just all those things combined, it may not be one thing, but everything combined just causes weakness and maybe not able to survive all of those things coming at them.
And so what are things that PPAN, which is pollinator and pollinator people and pollinators network, what does PPAN do to help address these issues?
We do a lot of different things, and a nice summary, you can go on our website and just see the different things that we've been involved in. But we go from, we're within the state of Colorado, and we work from the grassroots level, people, what they want to do in their own backyard and what they can do to help pollinators, as well as up to the legislative level, where we're changing policy and hopefully, just that in turn is more safe for pollinators and people in general, just the public health in our environment and the importance of biodiversity. So some of the things that we've done from the grassroots level, we do, obviously this year's been a little bit different, so it's so nice we can do something like this. But we work with people in their own yards with pollinator safe neighborhoods, so we can have community leaders that help to coordinate a neighborhood, and people, just use organic methods and plant flowers that are safe for pollinators that bloom from spring through fall, and just education. So this is, educate a few people, and then they can go within their community and work with their neighbors to have it safe for people and pollinators. So that's a wonderful program. And then we've also partnered with CDOT and I-76, which goes from the Nebraska border to the Denver border, pretty much to Denver, was the first Colorado designated pollinator highway. And we worked with other groups as well as CDOT, and there was a resolution in the legislature to make that happen. So that's, another education piece. We got volunteers together, and basically that's a huge area that's designated to pollinator habitat along that highway. So we've done, I'm trying to think of all this stuff. There's been many, many things that we do. I mostly deal with the grassroots effort.
And right now, Liana, what would you say would be the most critical things that people could do right now? What do you think is the highest priority or the greatest impact that people could have?
Often you hear all these things, and it's so, as Rella said, we all used to go on trips and see many, many insects on our windshield. I mean, that truly shows that there's a huge change in the insect population, which is the bottom of the food chain and what, everything needs to survive. So we want our natural world to still be here for everything and for us. So I think with there's a lot of positive because we can make a huge impact just in our own backyard. We can plant more native plants because a lot of our native pollinators, they have a relationship with a specific plant. Like, it was talked about the monarch butterfly and the milkweed. We have squash bees that are only on certain squash. We have other butterflies and bees that, in particular, they go to one flower or one type of flower. Oh, sorry, things are dropping in the background. I have kids and puppies here. So, just that small area, even if you don't have a yard, I want to mention that in a very small area, even if you have container gardens, people that live in condos or apartments, they often feel like, well, I don't have an area that I could help with. I can go to a community garden and help like that. But just container gardens with using safe seeds or safe plants that are not pre-treated with neonicotinoids or any pesticides, that makes a huge difference to bring food for pollinators. They will definitely come, and then to have some of those nesting sites, have some logs that you leave around. Don't clean up all the time. Be a lazy gardener, especially this time of year. Leave the leaves is a huge thing that people can do. And if they don't want to change all their turf, maybe just take an area that you want to make as a natural area that can be kind of just left, and you leave your leaves there and you leave some sticks there, because then everything can burrow in there in the winter, and then they can emerge in the spring, and you don't need to clean up that area. So, a safe water source. There's many fun things you can do with kids, and take a bird bath and put rocks or marbles or anything so pollinators can land and drink water. So, you can donate to PPAN and work, so we can continue our efforts and do work with legislator and city and state officials to, make changes for pollinators and people's health. So there's many, many things.
One of the things that I've tried to do is when I go to buy plants, I ask, is this pesticide free? Is this neonicotinoid free? And the more that we can ask the providers, is it your grocery store, your hardware store, your garden center, is this neonicotinoid free? Hopefully the demand will then make organic plants available so that we're not putting poisons into the earth that would actually harm the very insects and pollinators we're trying to support.
Absolutely. That is so important. And the more and more, like you said, that we ask, things will change. I mean, things are changing even at big box stores like Home Depot and Lowe's. A lot more people and companies are aware, and hopefully it will continue to shift. It needs to happen, sooner than later, but at least it's happening. And yes, our voice is probably the most important. Sharing, educating yourself, sharing that knowledge to friends, family, talk at your kids' schools, come to help volunteer at community events for any of the organizations that are here today, and just spread the word on how important pollinators are and our health and their health, and what a big role they play in biodiversity, just our landscape.
So we've got a question from a viewer on Boost Central asking, where can I get safe seeds and plants? So we have Bee Boulder, or BBB Seed is one of our presenters here on the stage. If you want to go visit them, where else? If someone's not here in Boulder, or if they are in Boulder, where would you recommend people find safe seeds and plants?
I'm trying to, I don't have my list in front of me, but definitely BBB Seed locally. And there's, I'm drawing a blank.
So we've got local garden centers like Harlequin and Flower Pot, Flower Bin.
And it's a botanical interest. That's what so they're another seed. If you're looking specifically for seeds, And you
Yes.
can get them at places like Flower Bin and Harlequin Gardens and McGuckin's most likely. So they're a great company. I think they're out of Niwot. And then you can go on the, I don't think we have a list on our website, but you can go on the Xerces website and the Native Plant Society websites and get a great list of seed companies. So if you live, wherever you live, you can get seeds from these companies.
Because they ship online. And one thing, because of COVID, that there was a increased demand for gardening
Yes.
seeds and tools and resources. So start planning now and get your catalogs and consider what you're going to plant in the fall and spring.
There was a seed shortage. It was, so many people, which is wonderful because they're, growing in their own backyards and growing organic food and growing flowers and putting in, it's great. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
They came out of COVID.
Liana, thank you so much for being with us on the main stage of the Boulder Bee Festival.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. We'll see. Will you be in your booth next at the Peapan booth if people want to ask you questions?
I will.
All right. So visit Liana in the booth in Booth Central. And so we are in the Bee Boulder Festival, and next we have 4 beekeepers who will be taking us on a live hive inspection. Deborah, Tracy, Cynthia, and Teresa take care of the Boulder Public Library's hives, and we are delighted to see another hive with all these wonderful bees.
Hi, everybody. We're happy to be back. Thanks, Kathy. As Kathy mentioned, we're pollinator advocates and educators. We visit elementary schools and work with the library and have beehives on the rooftop of the library, thanks to the Library Foundation, as well as monthly workshops. So you can visit our website for more information. Right now, we're in Teresa's beautiful apiary, and Sid and I are going to look at the next hive because Tracy and Teresa went through this hive last time, so we're going to take a peek and see what we see in here.
So we've got the smoker lit, and we usually light it just for precaution. So just to sort of deaden the senses of the bees so they don't alarm each other with their alarm pheromones. And we usually check the front of the entrance first thing. We observe the bees and we see what they're doing, how much activity. We see these girls with the big bright yellow pollen. They're bringing pollen in, which is such good news for us so that we know that there's pollen even after that big snowstorm and freeze that we had.
So for honeybees, pollen is their protein source. When they bring nectar back from flowers, nectar is the carbohydrate, and that's what they make honey from, mixed with enzymes from their honey stomach. But pollen is the protein source for a beehive. So it's absolutely critical for raising brood and keeping the young bees thriving and growing.
And Deborah, isn't that the main difference between bees and wasps? Wasps eat meat and for protein.
That's exactly right. Good point.
And for carbohydrates, of course, they have nectar, which they then turn into honey.
And this lid is sticky because I don't think it's been opened in a bit. We talked about propolis last inspection. And if you're lucky, your hives will have a lot of it because bees use it medicinally. And here we can see up close, just a little cluster of bees on the inner cover. We always open a hive and look to make sure the queen isn't accidentally someplace she shouldn't be. Because we're going to put this down. We wouldn't want to remove her from the hive.
So this is what we call the inner cover. Teresa has put this here to get a little more ventilation, to lift the top lid. So
Would you like smoke?
Deborah, do you want to puff a little smoke over here?
I sure do. Thankfully, Teresa and Tracy lit the smoker for us.
Still going.
We just added fuel. Yeah. So the propolis is really stiff because it's a little cooler.
Oh, and here's a little earwig. I often see little hitchhikers in the hive. It's very warm, and so sometimes you'll get earwigs and other little spiders taking advantage of the shelter and the warmth.
Yeah.
There we go. Wow, a lot of race comb on this one.
Is a queen on there?
I don't
No?
see her.
Okay, that's good. Do a quick check to make sure we don't put the queen out of the hive.
I'll put that. Thanks, Teresa. Will you put that apart?
Yep.
Have a little shelf here.
Okay, so then we take a peek into the top of the hive, and you can tell where most of the bees are. In this one, we don't see much activity on the outer frames, which is normal. This time of year, we see a lot more concentration of bees on the middle frames. They're so cute, their little heads peeking up.
And they'll peek up and look at you. I don't know if you can get the camera over here to look down in the frames, but when you take the lid off, they'll often just all pop up to the top of the frame and say hello, we like to say. And we didn't mention before, did we, that there are 10 frames in each box?
No, we didn't say that.
So this is a 10 frame hive. You can also get an 8 frame hive, but most of our hives are 10 frame. Yeah. Oh, I'll help with this one. This one isn't braced.
Yeah, maybe this, yeah, that one's braced.
Okay. So we're going to pop in here and see what we see. Every hive is different. In some of my hives, I have almost all backfilled with honey in the top. And in others, I still have brood up here. So basically, we're inspecting this time of year to check on colony health. We're looking to make sure the queen is still with us and laying. We are looking for food stores that we mentioned, like pollen and honey. And making sure the hive is ready for the winter season, because we have a long winter here. So this one.
So Deborah, there's a question on the chat asking, it looks like you wrote the year on each frame. Why do you do that? I guess that's a question for Teresa, since that's her hive.
Yeah, this is my hive. I put the year on so that I know where to switch out frames. We recycle our frames every 3 years, I would say. So this one, we're 2020. This is 2018. When I get to next year, if it's a brood frame, I will put it in a solar wax melter, and then I will put in foundation so that the bees can make new honeycomb with foundation.
Will you hold that up, Teresa? This is a good contrast. So here we have a honey frame with nectar, and this wax coating that you see means that the nectar has been completely cured. It's now fully cured honey, and it's ready to harvest if we were to harvest it.
So the bees know it's less than 18% moisture content.
So the open cells are where the nectar's still being cured, or they're still filling the cell.
Yeah.
Here's a brood frame where we might see eggs. There isn't any honey or nectar backfilled in the center. That's where the queen might lay. And they put the food stores on the outside like a rainbow.
And the reason Teresa mentioned that she likes to cycle out her old frames is because the wax accumulates pesticides in them. And so it just keeps the hive healthier.
And I don't see anything. I don't see eggs or brood in here. So this may be ready for backfilling.
Okay, and I've got the next frame. And I'm trying to look very closely to see. I think I see larvae in there. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
There's white in the bottom of the cells.
Where is it?
I'm holding the frame, but yeah.
Right
there.
in here. Okay. Let's see.
Those are the bee babies, baby larvae.
Do we see eggs?
In there. I see pollen. I see mature larvae. I don't see any young larvae on this side. But we're not too far into the middle of the chamber yet. This bar feels a little heavier, which tells me that it's possibly being backfilled, because nectar and honey are much heavier than brood. So when the keeper picks up a frame, you can tell basically if it's full of honey or not by the weight.
So here on this one, we have something very interesting called a queen cup. And it's empty. I don't know if you can see in there. If they were to need to replace the queen, they would put an egg in there and start to draw this down. There's a drone. Yep. Worker bees, drones. See how much bigger the male bees, the drones are, than the worker bee? It's perfect contrast. That egg cup is fine to have there. It's just empty, but it's an emergency cup in case they need one. And there's another one drawn on this side at the bottom of the frame.
So I think we have a minute left.
So a little bit of catch brood.
Kathy, are there
We've
any
got a
questions?
what happens to the wax that you remove from the hive?
We all render the wax. We'll melt it down and use it for other things, for candles, or we won't use brood wax so much for lip balms and stuff. We usually use the honey super wax for that.
But we just did a demonstration in our booth on how to make beeswax wraps, like in place of single-use plastics. So we make candles and skin products, and if you join some of our workshops at the Boulder Public Library, you can do that too.
Yeah,
So
we've
now-
got a pollinator field journal workshop next week with you, right, Tracy?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, on September 16th.
Yeah,
that's what
Yeah,
the beach.
You'll learn how to identify the difference between like native bees and honeybees and flies and wasps that all do the job of pollination.
Great. And we'll say more about that and where you can register at 12:15. Chicas, thank you so much for this wonderful hive inspection. The Bee Chicas will be back again at 12:45 for another inspection. And you can jump into the Bee Chicas booth now and ask them questions about being beekeepers and native bees or plants that are good for supporting pollinators. They are also, other booths have experts on hand that you can ask questions like that. We've had some questions about where people can buy safe seeds, and Xerces Society is on live. City of Boulder has a booth as well with resources to help you plan your garden or changing your landscaping. So we are in the Bee Boulder Festival in Booth Central. If you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube and you'd like to ask the presenters questions directly, you can go to beeboulder.org and click on register so that you can join us in Booth Central. We are live until 2 o'clock today, which is September 12th. And there are about 12 different partners that have booths that you could ask questions about gardening and organic gardening, as well as native bees and things that you can do to support pollinators, transforming your lawn into meadows, and why biodiversity is important. Thank you so much to our committee that has been with us for the last 5 years to plan the Bee Boulder Festival. This is the first time we've gone virtual because of COVID, and I'm grateful to all the partners that we've had, and looking forward to seeing how people can interact with us in a virtual way. We have sponsors that have made it possible. So we've got the Bee Chicas, the Boulder Library Foundation, Boulder Public Library, the CU Museum of Natural History, and City of Boulder Parks and Recreation and Planning. And we have the schedule that is on our main stage here. Coming up will be Jeff and Paige, followed by Ann Ledford and I talking about Boulder Public Library programs. Adrian Carper, we have a fascinating video about native bees from CU Boulder. Lisa Attallah from Garden to Table, and then the Bee Chicas with another live hive inspection. I encourage you to visit the different booths, as well as ask questions about what you can do. We have resources on beeboulder.org to take things further. So if you're watching this after the live event, you can find those resources, and the list of all our partners are on the beeboulder.org website. So we have several different things that you can do at home, either for planting or supporting local organizations that help pollinators. And one is to support a local beekeeper. Look for organic local honey. They have resources at the farmers market, and it's also just fun to kind of meet the people who are cultivating bees in your area to know what do they forage on, and it's interesting conversations. And if you have the opportunity to taste the different flavors, it's amazing if the bees are surrounded by blooming flowers of like clover or meadow foam. Like the flowers, actually the pollen, it influences how the honey tastes. You can also create native bee habitats with bare soil so that the burrowing bees and insects have a place to live, especially in the winter where they need to be underground, and as well as install nesting blocks. So visit the Bee Chicas website and CU Science Discovery to find out how to make a native bee house. And you can also visit CU Museum of Natural History, and they've got some great resources on native bees as well as things that you can do and our other partners. Liana suggested that you can provide a shallow water source and you put rocks in it so the bees can actually like sit on the rocks so they don't fall into the water, because then they won't be able to live if they drowned. And then I want to welcome you, if you're on YouTube or Facebook, to join us in Booth Central. You can find the link to register beeboulder.org and talk to presenters directly via chat. The video is on so you can see the presenters, but they can't see you. So you can log in and type. You can also add comments in Facebook and YouTube, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. And we have David Darenson is the CU Horticultural Extension Agent, will be in the City of Boulder website. You can ask about native plant gardening and cleanups in the City of Boulder's booth until 12:30 today. And now I'm welcoming back to the stage Jeff and Paige, local science educators, musicians, and extraordinary passionate advocates for having kids out in nature and learning about science. So welcome back, Jeff. Hello. Who are you right now?
Hey, everybody out there. Happy Pollinator Appreciation Month. Right now, I'm a ruby-throated hummingbird. I can flap my wings 53 times per second. See if you can flap your wings as fast as me. Faster, faster. Now, where could I find a flower for some nectar?
Oh, hello. I'm a flower. I'm just standing here in the sunshine, waiting for a pollinator to come and drink some nectar and take some pollen along the way.
I'm perfectly adapted to you.
We have a little bit of a shadow problem going on here, but I think it'll work out.
There's a dance in this song. See if you can follow along.
Let's do it slowly the first time, then it'll get a little faster.
Here we go.
It goes
stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 stomp, stomp.
Clap, clap, flower, 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 flower. One more time now, a little
Stomp,
faster.
stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 flap.
Stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower.
I am a ruby-throated hummingbird and I love you because you help me when I feed. Yes, all the nectar that I guzzle comes directly from your muzzle. Oh, you give me what I need.
I am a trumpet creeper, floweret, and tubular, and you also meet my needs. When you come and drink my nectar, you become a pollen vector, and you help me to make seeds.
And though the leaves may fall and all the trees grow tall, and time keeps marching on through, but baby, you and me, we're meant to be. I'm perfectly adapted to you. Bum, bum, perfectly adapted to you. Nature made a pair of two. Don't go changing for somebody new, 'cause I am perfectly adapted to you. Do you really need pollen from another flower to make it a seed?
In fact, I do, and that's why I need you, because I'm rooted into the soil and I can't move, but you can flap your wings 52 times per second and take my pollen to another flower when you eat.
Let's try that dance. Stomp, stomp,
clap, clap, flap, 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 flap,
stomp, stomp. Flower, 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 stomp, stomp,
clap, clap,
flap, 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 stomp, stomp,
clap, clap,
flower, 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 flower. Faster.
Oh, we're doing it again.
Yeah.
Okay. Stomp, stomp, clap, clap,
flap, 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 stomp, stomp,
clap, clap,
flower, 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 stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flap, 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 stomp, stomp, clap, clap, flower, 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 flower. Hi, I'm
You
Jeff.
can come in.
And that's Paige. And together we are
Jeff and Paige. Some of our neighbors are just looking over the fence, and I'm encouraging them to come in and be our live audience if they want to. They can come sit in the shade and join in the music. They're perfectly welcome at a safe social distance to join in the fun.
We sing songs about science and nature, and whenever we go hiking, it sounds like this. Ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, we're hiking.
Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, I'm hiking. Well, it's the Boulder Bee Fest, one of my favorite days of the year. But you can't have bees without flowers. So I'm going to pick some of these flowers here and make a bouquet, see if I can find some pollinators. I've got a yellow one. I've got a pink one. I need a white one. And I really want to turn this way, even though we're going to lose our background, because that is a much better view for the audience. Just need one more flower to complete this bouquet. Look right here. It's perfect. I'll just pick it with my arms. It's very heavy. Oh, no. It's a heavy flower, an unusual flower. I'll try again. I'd really like to add it to my bouquet.
Oh, please don't do that. Can't you see I'm quite happy right here in the meadow where I've been growing? My roots collect the water and nutrients. My leaves, spread your leaves out to the sun, collect sunlight. And my petals, make some petals. Say, butterflies, bees, bats, and birds, come see me. It's pollination time, baby. I'm quite happy right here in the meadow where I grow.
I've never thought about it before, but these flowers that grow out in nature, they work really hard to be there. This song is called Grow, Kinnikinnick Grow, and you can help us out in it by turning yourselves into a tiny little seed. Turn into a tiny little seed, and then every time you hear us say grow, grow up and become a flower. La 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 la.
Oh, Kinnikinnick is growing by the ponderosa pine.
With just a little pick, Kinnikinnick, you could be mine.
Yes, you could pick me, but you know that I am happy where I grow.
Should I pick him? I don't know.
No.
I would love to take him home.
No, you see that I am very happy right here where I grow. So think it over slowly.
Well, I thought it over what the flower was saying. Everybody show a thinking face. Rub your imaginary beard, and in the end,
She decided not to pick Kinnikinnick, so I can stick where I like to grow. So instead she'll snap a pick Kinnikinnick. I put the kick into your hikes, you know.
everybody turn into a tiny little seed, smaller and smaller.
Now grow, Kinnikinnick, grow back to a seed. Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow
Back to a seed.
and grow, Kinnikinnick, grow.
Back to a seed.
Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow. Get out your imaginary camera.
I've got mine right here.
Take a picture of something up high.
Blue sky.
Down low. A beautiful flower.
Woo!
Well, that day was a big turning point for Paige.
That's right. Before today, I used to go out into nature and take all sorts of things. Sticks, rocks, sometimes even bugs. But now, this is a running in place part like this, or pound on your knees if you're tired or not able to stand. Here we go. Whenever I'm hiking and I see something I'm liking, like a beetle or a shrub or a berry or a grub.
And she really wants to grab it, so at home she can have it. Instead, she'll take a picture so she can still remember all the beauty she has seen in the forests and the streams, the mountains and the rivers, all the views that give her shivers. Or capture in her camera so that she can finally show you what it means to love a place and to practice leave no trace.
To pick or not to pick, to take or not to take, to pick or not to pick, to take or not to
Well, she
take.
decided not to pick Kinnikinnick, so I can stick where I like to grow. So her camera makes the click Kinnikinnick. Put the kick into your hikes, you know.
One more time. Everyone turn into a seed.
Now grow, Kinnikinnick, grow back to a seed. Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow back to a seed. Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow. One more time. Grow, Kinnikinnick, grow.
Well, I guess I'm going to scatter these flowers that I picked back into the meadow so they can decompose for new soil, for new flowers to grow. We just have about 2 minutes left with you, but we'll be back on the main stage on the top of the hour at 1 o'clock, so you can join us again there. We can't end a set at the Bee Festival without a honeybee song. Come on back, Jeff. Let's sing the honeybee song. This song has a dance in it. And the reason it has a dance is because real bees do dances called waggle dances out in nature to tell their friends when there's a lot of nectar in the area.
We're going to learn the dance right now. If you want to join us in our booth after this, we're happy to honor a song request or two. Thanks so much. We're Jeff and Paige. See if you can keep up with the dancing bees. Honeybees left.
Step to the left. Honeybees right.
Honeybees flap your wings. Now honeybees turn in a circle and shake the thing that stings.
Shake those fingers out there.
Now honeybees here,
Jump.
honeybees there,
And jump.
honeybees do your dance.
Crazy dance.
When the honeybees search for nectar, they pollinate the plants. Oh, honeybees, they do a lot of work for me.
We do.
Honeybees,
Nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Thank you, honeybees.
Okay. Should we try that dance again?
One more time with the dance.
Faster.
A little faster.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Honeybees left, honeybees right, honeybees flap your wings. And now honeybees turn in a circle, shake the thing that stings.
Shake your fingers out there. Oh yeah.
Honeybees here,
Jump.
honeybees there, honeybees do your dance. And when the honeybees search for nectar, they pollinate the plants. Oh, honeybees, they do a lot of work for me.
We do.
Honeybees, nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Nothing could be greater than these pollinators.
Thank you, Bee Fest Boulder.
So we say thank you, honey.
We will see you in our booth or at 1 o'clock for more music.
6 annual Bee Fest.
Hello. My name's Ann Ledford, and I'm the manager of youth services at Boulder Public Library. And I'm here to promote our bilingual pollinator story time with Miss Lily at 12:30. That begins in our booth. So come on by and visit our Boulder Public Library booth. We're going to have a lot of fun story times about pollinators throughout the day, but we're also going to have some gardening series. So if you want to learn some tips about gardening, we have some fun videos about that. And you can just come by and visit me and ask me any questions. I know a lot about our youth services. I can answer that, but I can also answer any questions you have about Boulder Public Library and some of our programs that we have going on this fall. And if you have any teenagers, this afternoon at 4 p.m., we have our first ever Teen Summit starting. So if you have some free time this afternoon, I encourage you to check us out. You can find more information about that at our website and in our events calendar. So again, at 12:30, starting just in about 15 minutes, we have Miss Lily doing our first bilingual pollinator story time. But we also do some stories times on demand. So if you just pop into the booth anytime and tell me what story time you want to hear, we have a lot of them recorded and we can play them. And if you want to join our Zoom story times throughout the week, we offer Zoom story times at 10 a.m. You can register for those on our online calendar at boulderlibrary.org.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining me today as I talk a little bit about the natural history of Colorado's native bees. So my name is Dr. Adrian Carper. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology at the University of Colorado Boulder, and an associate in the Museum of Natural History. So I study bees, and one of the first questions that I often get asked is, what are bees? How do you tell the difference between a bee and a wasp? And basically, bees are wasps. They're derived from a superfamily of wasps. The biggest difference between a bee and a wasp is in what it eats. Most wasps are carnivorous, so they eat other insects, and most bees, of course, eat pollen. And they have structures on their body, their hairs, which are specifically designed to capture pollens. When you look at these hairs, they're not just simple little lines. You can see that they're actually branched, much like a feather, which help them collect pollen that they use to feed their offspring. And some bees, of course, have gotten really, really hairy and are really, really good at collecting pollen. And that's really important to bees because of their associations with flowers. And there are literally thousands of different species of bees, right? Nearly 20,000 species in the world, going on 4,000 here in North America now, probably. Nearly a quarter of those here in Colorado. And one of the things I like to point out is while many people are familiar with honeybees, they actually make up a very small proportion of the biodiversity of bees, right? Only 7 species of honeybees in the entire world, and only one of those in North America, and here in Colorado, the Western or formerly European honeybee, which of course isn't native. We brought it here to pollinate our crops and to make honey, right? So today we're going to be talking about these other 945 different species in Colorado. And so I use the term bee natural history to describe kind of how bees make a living, right? And there are 2 major components of bee natural history. Of course, what they feed on, right? Because bees rely on flowers, the types of flowers in a community are really important in structuring how a bee gets its food, right? And so we use this kind of knowledge, this natural history knowledge of interactions with flowers to learn what species of plants to plant in our backyard to attract pollinators and help support their populations. But much less do we spend time talking about where bees nest, right? Because most bees don't nest like bumblebees and honeybees. They do things very, very differently, right? But having an understanding of where our wild bees or our native bees nest is really important if we want to affect their conservation. Because even if you plant tons of flowers, if you don't have a place for bees to nest, then you won't attract them to your area. And the reality is that most bees, like their wasp ancestors, nest in the ground. So ground nesting bees make up probably 70% of the species that we have in Colorado. And the reality is these things are really hard to find because just like wasps, most of them are just tiny little holes in the ground. And so from the surface, you may only see, if you're lucky, a little hole with a green or bluish head popping out of it. But underneath that little hole in the surface could be a really deep architecture of tunnels holding different chambers that house larvae or provisions where the female is storing all the pollen that she's collecting for her offspring. And so you're going to see a bunch of little grainy cell phone video, apologies, but you can actually get pretty good. If you look in early spring, this is an andrina, a mining bee, and look at the scale here. Those are pine needles beside it, only 2 to 3 millimeters across. Most of our ground nesting bees are small. This is probably a diadasia, a cactus bee. These things are really hard to spot because they're just holes in the ground and they spend very little time going in and out, just like that. But you can tell they all like open ground, and that's something that we don't really like to see in our landscapes. If you're really lucky, you may come across an aggregation where hundreds or thousands of bees nest together. This happens to be digger bees. They like vertical banks. So here's a female hanging out on the side of this vertical bank, and you're going to see something really cool happen. Boom, right there. That's a male digger bee who came in. Here it is slowed down a little bit, grabbed the female right off the side of the cliff, and then is going to tumble down and hope that he gets a chance to mate with her. And so some of these things nest in really, really huge aggregations. And you might imagine that things like vertical banks are really, really rare landscape features. And so this isn't all new information. We've been studying ground nesting bees in the CU Museum for a long time. TDA Cockrell is one of the most famous names in bee taxonomy and biology. He was here at the University of of Colorado Museum of Natural History in the early 1900s. We've got lots of really cool information on him because the library have been archiving a lot of his materials, including a really cool video that was taken by Robert Niedrich, who was the curator of birds at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. He actually went out with him, as my best guess, about 1937, and filmed Cockrell and his associates looking for bees. And so here's an alkali bee, Nomia bakeri, just like those cactus bees are, digging through the soil, trying to excavate a nest. Here's his associates themselves actually excavating those nests to describe the architecture that's going sometimes 3-4 feet underground before you get to where they actually provision their offspring. Here's those digger bees, Anthophora. This is a different species, just nests upon nests upon nests, right? Look at the density of this aggregation here. And it's really cool because you got some cool behaviors. Here you can see a female digger bee actually constructing those little intricate turrets off the front of her nest. So she's using her abdomen, mixing water with soil to make this turret, which protects the entrance of the nest. Which brings up a great point. Most people think, okay, we need pollen and nectar from the flowers, we need soil. You also got to be able to construct the nest. And so these are images of those bees actually drinking water to mix with the soil to make the plaster that they use to build the partitions within their nest. And so just like birds need bird baths, they also need bee baths, right? They need a place to be able to collect water to effectively construct their nests. And so on a large scale, this becomes really important. So I work with open spaces talking about how we identify important habitats across the landscape for bees. We know that flowers are really important, but things like this head cut off of the St. Vrain Creek can be really important habitat for bees. Those banks, while they may be an eyesore to us, create vertical banks that invite Anthophora or digger bees to come in and nest. And then you get secondary cavity nesters like leafcutter bees and mason bees, which like to nest in the old holes of those Anthophora. And so here's a little picture up close where you can see those turret from the digger bees. And then down on the bottom right, this leafcutter bee came in and nested in one of those holes. And so these things can be really important across the landscape. So here on Hall Ranch is a vertical bank that had literally thousands of different Anthophora nests and other bees nesting in it. This could be the largest habitat patch for this species across, say, a mile of different terrain, right? And so the other big group of nesting bees are cavity nesting bees. So most of our bees nest in the soil. About a third of our bees actually nest in cavities in either wood or hollow stems. And this is something that most people are somewhat aware of now because of things like blue orchard bees. But what they don't think about is that almost all of these things rely on other insects to make those cavities, right? Because bees can't chew through solid wood, but beetles do. And so here's an unfortunate metallic wood boring beetle that was predated when it left its natal cavity. And that cavity was then used by a leafcutter bee to build her nest. And so here's a time series photos that I took of this bee as she was completing her nest in that old cavity. And the reality is we know almost nothing about the relationships between bees and the beetles that make the cavities on which they depend, right? And so what we do know is that they need dead wood, right? About 30% of our bee species nest in cavities, including those in dead wood. And how we manage our wood habitat is really, really important. And so while a dead log may be an eyesore to us, it can be really, really important to bees that are looking to nest there. Of course, if you got to take out that wood, you can supplement it by putting things in like bee blocks. Most people are familiar with bee blocks or bee houses now. Here's some video that I took of a blue orchard bee. This is probably the most common bee that you'll find at your bee blocks. You can not only drill holes in wood, but you can cut up pieces of bamboo or reeds and stuff into wood to attract bees to come and nest there. And just like with the digger bees, remember, these things are using a variety of materials to construct their nest. Those are actually using mud. So just like the digger bees, mud that's made from soil and water mixed together. So we need to make sure that we have water available to our bees. And this is really cool because it allows a lot of people to be able to affect conservation in their backyards, right? Because we can make bee habitat. Not only can we plant flowers, we can make nesting habitat, right? By creating bee blocks and such. And one of the things I always like to point out to people is, unlike with bluebird houses, when you put a nest block out in your backyard, you need to leave it there for at least a few years, right? They're perfectly happy to go over winter. And so within any kind of nest, this happens to be a piece of bamboo, the female will come over the summer and provision nectar and pollen. You can see here the larvae feeding within the different partitions within this nest. And then those larvae will grow, eat all of the pollen and nectar, and they'll pupate over winter. They need cold. So don't bring these things in over winter. They're not going to freeze to death. And then the next year that they'll emerge as an adult and start the whole process again. So really the only maintenance that they need is that every few years, if they start to look kind of moldy or junky, you need to change them out for a new one, basically. And we can get lots of different types of bees in there. This is one of my favorite species of osmia, a really, really strikingly metallic blue bee, and different sizes, right? And so we need to provide a variety of sizes because we have very, very tiny bees out there, like this Ashmeadiella on the left, which may only be a few millimeters long versus, say, this orange-tipped cactus borer, which is quite large, nearly an inch long, right? That needs a really big cavity to nest. And so when you provide nesting habitats, it's really good to put a variety of them out there. Vary the sizes that you drill in your hole or that you drill in your wood, or put lots of different size bamboos out so that you can attract a variety of different types of bees, right? And you can get as diverse as you want to. Some people build all-out bee walls, right, where they put tons of different nesting materials out for them. And one of the things I always like to point out to people is that, again, this isn't new. You look at some towns in Europe, and people have been putting up orchard bee walls for hundreds and hundreds of years to attract bees to their orchards so that they do the pollination services for them, and we don't rely on honeybees. And so hopefully through this talk, I know it was really fast and furious and provided a lot of information, but hopefully it's convinced you that not only is planting flowers really important for bees, but also providing nesting habitat is really important as well, right? And hopefully if you have enough space, you can do a little bit of a combination of both. So thanks so much for listening. If you got any other questions, feel free and leave some comments or questions. I'll try and get back to those today. And if you got any more questions, always feel free to visit the museum. We're doing a lot of virtual stuff from online now, so reach out to us if you got any questions. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for joining us. This is the sixth annual, fifth or sixth, I'm not sure, Bee Boulder Festival, celebrating pollinators, learning how to improve our environment by eliminating pesticides and planting water-wise native plants. Please feel free to join us on beeboulder.org to see booths, to join activities, get information, and ask questions of the experts.
Hi, welcome to the Bee Boulder Festival. I am here with Lisa Attallah, the Executive Director of the Garden to Table Grow Foundation. Hi, Lisa. How are you today?
Hi, how are you?
Lisa, can you turn on your mic? We can't hear you.
It says it's on. How's that?
Hold on one second. It's my sound. Hold on one second. Sorry.
It says I'm on.
Sorry about that, Lisa. I can hear you just fine now.
Great.
Sorry about that. So a few questions for you.
Sure.
How has the Garden to Table Foundation addressed back to school lessons for teachers and parents?
Well, we're developing kindergarten through 5th grade bilingual lessons and videos, and we're sharing these for everyone, parents and teachers from all the Boulder Valley School, not just our partner schools as well, just to really help increase the access for outdoor education. We have a new page on our website called Educational Resources for Parents and Teachers, where families can log in and see bilingual videos and some of the lessons that we have for the younger elementary school children. And this is also available through the eMovements virtual learning database, where they have resources from a number of partner groups for teachers to easily go to one spot and access materials to support lessons. We have a sample video playing right now in our booth, if anyone would like to go and see that today. We have, just to give you an idea of what we're providing. We've also planted all the school gardens that we have with our partner schools. And although much of the harvesting at these gardens has already happened, we're continuing to cultivate these gardens and plant some late summer crops so that the garden experience is available through the fall. And we want to encourage kids to go outside and learn in active gardens because our overall goal is to increase outdoor garden education experiences for children.
Awesome. So I am new to your foundation, your group. So you guys provide garden instruction for children?
Yes, so we provide, we're a nonprofit, Garden to Table, we're formerly known as Grow Foundation, but we've rebranded to our program name of Garden to Table. And we partner right now with 19 elementary schools in Boulder Valley, and they all have on-site school gardens, and they're active unless they're under bond construction, and then we try to work with them as best as possible. Even some of the schools this year in bond construction, we were able to plant. So we make sure these gardens are set up properly, and they have irrigation and all organic vegetables that we provide to the schools. And we pick vegetables that work well with the grade-specific lesson plans. Then we provide on our website through a school page standards-based lessons, pre-K through 5th, so that teachers can do these lessons outside at the school gardens. In a normal year, they would take the kids outside and do the lesson right there, and it's no extra work, it's just outdoor hands-on learning. Now, because of COVID, we are providing more online materials, so parents and teachers can provide this virtually to students.
That's amazing. That's something I would have enjoyed when I was young. Probably would have helped me with days, which kind of tanked this year. So that's been great. And then what services can Garden to Table provide when children go back to school, when they start going back?
Well, what we're available to partner with BVSD to facilitate these lessons in school gardens as permitted by the district. We're following closely their requirements, the health department's requirements. So we want to really make sure that we wait to get the green light if they would like to have a garden educator assistance for teachers, or would like to have some outdoor experience through after school care. We just want to be available to assist. So we're doing that, and we do know the younger kids, the pre-K through second, will be going back to school soon, and we have lessons for those grades and just some outdoor experiences that kids can have out there, just to get out in nature. Kids that aren't going back to school, third grade and up, will be waiting a bit, I guess. They can do this in nature, in parks, in their backyard gardens. So we're providing resources for homeschool families as well as for the children who will be returning.
Okay. And then what else has Grow to Table been doing to help the community during COVID-19?
Well, we're harvesting and donating garden vegetables to local food banks in Boulder and in East County. As of this week, I think we just about hit 5,000 pounds of donated fresh vegetables. And this is Boulder Food Rescue, as well as Community Food Share, Harvest of Hope, and a few other banks as well. So this is to go directly to families in need throughout the county. So we've been doing that. We also developed a home garden resource guide, and that's available on our website also, to try and encourage home gardeners to develop their own container gardens or home garden beds, whatever space they may have, and grow their own vegetables, and in a very safe and natural way. We use natural pest control like soap and water to help protect our plants from pesticides, and just also to protect the beneficial insects that are in the gardens too. So we want to educate parents, children about this ability to do their own home gardening, and to get kids out more and understand where food comes from, and get them more excited about eating healthy as well.
That's great. And to reiterate, your website is what?
It's www.garden2table.org.
That's great. Thank you. And as a person who lives in the community, how can we support you guys? What can the community do to help your organization?
Well, we're taking donations, and we always can use community support. We are a nonprofit, and all of our work, both our program development work as well as all the garden care work, has escalated tremendously this year as we try to regroup and just be flexible with the school district, as well as provide more fresh vegetables for the community, because it's a high need this year. So that's required a lot more of our staff resources, and you can make a donation on our website, and for a donation of any amount, you'll get access to our home garden resource guide. It supports our whole campaign this year, which is Food for Families. And that's really been our focus this year, given the needs and our abilities to provide this to the community. So typically in a typical year, the schools pay about 10% of our costs, and Garden to Table needs to fundraise $135,000 annually to support our 20 school gardens. We have 19 in Boulder Valley and 1 in Denver.
Awesome. Lisa, thank you so much for sharing information about Garden to Table with us. And next up, we have Botanical Gardens and what they're doing to help during COVID right now. Thank you. Or they should be coming on right now. We have a video to talk about them, the Denver Botanical Gardens, and what they're doing during COVID. Here we go. Thank you.
So it sounds like we have some audio issues. I'm going to be getting this back up. Just a moment. Please stand by.
So the Bee Chicas are 4 beekeepers, Deborah, Cynthia, Tracy, and Teresa. The Bee Chicas teach many of the Boulder Public Library's Seed to Table workshops. We're delighted to join them on a live beehive inspection. Ask questions about being a beekeeper with the Bee Chicas in their booth, and the Bee Chicas will be on the main stage each quarter to the hour for live inspection. Or said the Bee Chicas, you may just get me again. So, welcome. Here we go. Here's the Bee Chicas and their live inspection.
It's on that camera. So and turn the camera on. Okay, we are coming. We're coming. Can you hear us?
We could hear you. We just can't see you.
Our cameras don't seem to be flipped.
There we go.
Here we go.
Now we do. Deborah's lighting the smoker again, getting it refreshed.
Refreshing the smoker, and we're going to try and find some brood. But look what's happening on the front of this hive.
There's a lot of activity here in the later afternoon, and it's warmer too. There was even more. So we, in the afternoon around 2 or 3, a lot of new beekeepers think, "Oh my goodness, my hive is swarming," but it's not actually swarming. It's the jobs are moving up in the hive, like the new guard bees are getting their new job, and so they're orienting in front of the hive. So it's like the ranks are moving up, and there's a new hatch inside of the hive. So lots of activity.
Getting the smoker lit.
Tracy, what do you mean by jobs in the hive?
Oh, so when a bee is first born as an adult, they have a specific job, and its first is to clean out their cell, and then it's they produce royal jelly. So their first job is to look after and feed the queen and feed the larvae and the babies, the other babies. And then their hormones develop, and they develop the ability to make wax generated from their
wax
abdomen, the wax glands. Right. Yeah. So there's a number of different jobs, and then when the wax glands are active, then they're making beeswax comb, and then one of the next jobs is cleaning out the dead. That's probably the fun job.
Mortuary bees.
The mortuary bees, yeah. And then eventually they get to be guard bees, and they'll take little orientation flights. Like, see, these are doing like figure 8s in front of the hive. They're going to start flying up higher and higher,
and they're locating the hive with respect to like landmarks and visible landmarks. They're recognizing the location of the hive. And they also know the difference between the paint, the colors of the paint and patterns. They can recognize face. They can recognize. Yeah. So we're going to open up this. They're very active, so I'm going to put a little bit of smoke inside. We already opened it up once, and they're pretty calm, actually. Yeah. So I'm not going to really give them a lot of smoke. We have it here just in case they get aggressive, but these are very sweet bees. They're not very aggressive. And so what we're going to do right now, you know, that can actually, I know you looked for the queen, that was good. Why don't you put that over there on the ground, so in case we need to put a super on it, we can do that. I actually think we could maybe go to the middle. Yeah, let's do it. So we're going to go right to the middle. Last time we went to the top. This time we're going to go to the middle so that we'll see more brood, more active brood. And I have three, these are Langstroth hives. I have 3 brood boxes, 1, 2, 3. These are medium supers. Some beekeepers do deeps, and they have only 2 deeps for the brood. But we're going to take this off. A lot of it is honey. Okay. And yeah.
So I didn't mention the last job of the bee before the bee actually dies. It's the forager bee. That's the one who goes out and collects nectar and pollen and water and propolis for the hive.
So we're just going to set these girls over here.
So Tracy, forager bees are what we see in our gardens, right?
Right, yeah.
Landing on flowers and gathering pollen and all those wonderful bees with pollen pants. Those are forager bees. That's the last job of their life. That's basically the oldest bees in the hives are forager bees.
And one of the saddest things is a bee that's really old, that's like barely has any fur or hair left on her. She dies like basically from wearing her wings out.
Yeah, we have pictures of bees with tattered wings because they fly so many miles. Bees can fly up to 5 miles, but mostly 2 to 3. 3 there, 3 back, so it's like 6 miles. Okay, so we're going to put this over the top. Right now it's fall, and
this second one,
yes, right now it's fall, and there can be some robbing occurring. So, and that's when another hive wants to get the honey from this hive. So if we leave the frames exposed, there's a bigger chance of robbers to come.
I have had a beehive robbed, 70 pounds robbed out of it in 3 days from one of my students' hives.
Oh my
So
goodness.
it was a much stronger hive hers.
Do you know where
Are you looking for the frame perch?
Yeah, it was out there. Oh, that's a brood frame. We're going to take a look at it. Okay, so, oh, you know what? It was brood at one time, but now it's pollen. And you see, that's a little bit of capped brood right there. That's like, they're going to be hatching out, and there'll be adult bees.
And then you can see the pollen around it.
Lots of pollen, which is a really good frame for winter. And as you see, it's in a rainbow right here. Sometimes they put capped honey on the edge, right like this. Then they do the pollen, and then in the center is more the brood. But she's reducing, the queen is reducing her brood size right now, making less bees for the winter. And the bees are eating bee bread, which is made from pollen and nectar that is kind of fermented. It kind of smells yeasty. And so they fatten up for winter by eating that.
Is the frame perch down by your feet maybe? I don't see it out here. So I just see pollen on
right
this
there.
one. And
right there.
No eggs. Okay. So Teresa's right that the bees are shrinking down their brood nest and backfilling with pollen and honey. So you can see, oh, there was some drone that emerged recently. See these cappings here that are torn? It's interesting. There shouldn't be that many drones this time of year. The worker bees actually kick the drones out for the winter, and then the queen will lay new drones in the spring. Ooh, did you see that beautiful pollen up there? There? Right here in the corner.
I like to put the towel down over the other frame so that no one can rob.
No eggs in that one, Teresa.
Okay, why don't we take the next one out?
So we could see a queen. That's always our wish.
Beautiful.
They are quite gentle.
Love this hive. I have my favorite bees.
Teresa names her queen. So what's the name of this one?
This one is Copper Queen Line.
Oh, we had this at the library.
Yes, we did. Look
Same
at all
line.
that pollen. And look at the center with the brood.
Yeah, that is bright pollen. It almost looks like dandelion pollen. We love dandelions. It's our favorite flower.
I bet you they're getting asters. Right now, the asters are in full bloom everywhere.
So
They're
this
such good pollen.
cardboard-looking stuff is capped worker brood.
Mm-hmm. And your bees look.
I found eggs.
Okay, there's a newborn bee.
Oh,
I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, good.
She's
Show
got
that newborn bee.
a lot of hair. She's extremely hairy. Even her eyes look covered in hair. Can you see that?
She's a baby bee. She's
Yeah.
actually an adult bee, but she was just born.
She
We
was
call her
just
baby
born,
bees.
yeah.
Ooh, the sun on this frame might be a really good one to video.
Okay, so we have, if you can see it, there's eggs in there. Can you see? Where your camera is kind of in the shade.
Oh,
There.
should we turn the volume up?
Yeah.
Is the volume up so Kathy we can hear her?
Kathy, can you hear us? Can you see the eggs? It's always great to for a beekeeper to see eggs because, of course, then you know that your queen is alive and well because the eggs are in the cell for about 3 days, and then on the 4th day, it starts to become larva. Little tiny seed.
The egg hatches.
The
and
egg
the larva
hatches.
comes out.
So, can Kathy ask us a question? Is it the volume up? I'll do the volume.
So we're having fun looking through this. We hope you can hear us. The volume is up as high as it can go.
Hi there, we can hear you.
Hi, yay.
Hi.
Hi, we hear you.
Yay. Hi, Kathy.
Kathy is having internet issues, so Shannon is here with us. So hey, say hello to Shannon.
Hi, Shannon.
Happy Chicas.
Here's another drone. Just saw him. Where'd he go?
So that is a full frame of cat frames.
Beautiful.
And look how solid it is. Do you see that?
There's the drone right there.
That means that our queen is healthy and there's no brood disease and she's a prolific queen. And this queen is a 2nd-year queen.
But she's also from a line that's about 4 years old.
Oh yeah, this is my 3rd copper queen in the last 6 or 7 years.
There's a drone right there. It was
There's
two.
two.
There's one here and there's one there. And usually there's not that many drones around at this time of year, but
And on the back.
there might be some new queens out needing to mate.
I think that these are Italians, and I think that
So
for
it's
some
sort of
reason-
fun the way they make these secret passageways so they can walk through the hive and not have to go all the way around the frames. Sometimes you'll just see a little archway where the bees have constructed their combs so that they can pass through with ease.
Yours goes back here, Tracy.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take off the other one. The other one was filled with larva and royal jelly. But I'm gonna take one out. We're just hoping to find the queen. So this is a good chance that she could be here. But of course, she could
Bee
be
Chicas.
Yes.
Bee Chicas, we have a question for you from the chat.
Okay.
How can people get involved to help out the Bee Chicas?
Oh, go to our website and email us. We'd love to hear from you. We have activities throughout the year and even leading up to this festival next year. We're hoping we can be back in person, and we need lots of help with the festival and day of help and workshop
At the
help, library help. So beechicas@gmail.com. Go to our website. You can reach out to us there as well.
Okay, so in this hive inspection, here's more kept brood, and there's more pollen. This hive is set for pollen. For winter, we want at least 2 full frames of this size, front and back, 5 pounds of pollen to make fat winter bees. And this hive definitely has a lot of pollen on each frame.
So Teresa, what do you mean by winter bee?
There's a drone. That guy, he's big. I wish I would have seen the queen, but we have eggs, so we know we're okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful
There's
frame.
the queen.
There she
Oh my gosh.
You're so lucky.
Look at that. You're so lucky you found her. Do you see that queen? She has a black tip on her tail a bit. We call her Copper Queen because she's this dark red. Beautiful. And she still has a few stripes. Yeah. We were talking about stripes in one of our queen spotting
There's one of those
lessons. But you notice that she's kind of bald on her back. When bees age, they lose hair. So the oldest worker bees are really black and bald looking. So their hairs are what make them so stripy yellow.
Can you see her retinue, the bees that follow her everywhere she goes to take care of her?
Oh yeah. They're her attendants. They take care of her, make sure she's okay, and she looks okay.
What do you think she's doing right now? Looking for an empty
I think she might be trying to get away from us in the sun, but she is looking at in there. She looked in a cell. Yeah. And on the other side, there was lots of larvae and eggs, so she may have to move over to another frame once we get her back in the hive.
It looks like she might even lay if she finds an empty cell. She's doing a really good job.
She is. Okay, there she is. Well, we should make a big space for her because when I put the queen back in the hive, I make sure that she doesn't get smashed or rolled. And so what we're doing, Tracy's creating a very large space for us to safely put this queen back into the hive. Watch her. You see where she is? Yes. She's right here at the top. You see her? Okay. See her at the top?
Right. See you later, Queen.
Bye. Yeah. Go back to your colony.
Thank you, Bee Chicas. I hope the queen is safe now.
She's doing well.
That's good. Welcome back to Bee Boulder Festival. We are running live until 2 p.m. on YouTube and Facebook. I'd like to thank all the presenters who are helping out with us today. You can see them listed here. I'd like to thank our committee that has done so much help in putting together this very extensive festival and making the switch to going virtual. I'd also like to thank all of our sponsors who have donated time and money and funding to help us and support the bee pollinators in Boulder. We have the schedule at the 1 o'clock hour, which is Jeff and Paige at 1 on the main stage, Dave Sutherland at 1:20, Kate Larson from the Resource Central at 1:30, and the Bee Chicas are back live in the Bee Hives at 1:45. I'd like to remind you all to plant flowers for all seasons, especially the natives. Bees need early blossoms for food sources like dandelions, as well as late blooming flowers. Visit Denver Botanic Gardens, the Circe Society, I probably butchered that saying, I'm sorry, and BBB Seed Booth to ask about creating a pollinator garden. Be a lazy gardener. This totally suits me. Leave small branches and pithy stems for nesting habitats, such as raspberry canes, sunflower, or other sturdy stems left standing once the plant has died back for the season. Don't forget to buy local and organic, if possible, or grow your own food. Visit Community Food Share and Garden to Table, aka the Grow Foundation, to learn how they support community members with fresh produce. If you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube, we are live until 2 p.m. Visit beeboulder.org to join us live to visit the partners in our booth. I will like to add a caveat that we are having some internet outages in Boulder, so there may be some that aren't propping up in the booths right now. Please keep checking back. The problem is being worked on. Up next on the main stage, we have Jeff and Paige. They are songsters. Hi, Jeff and Paige.
Hi. Sorry,
see your
I couldn't hear you for a second, Shannon. I think I can hear you now. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm loving your bee outfit.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, look at those glasses.
Well, welcome.
if you hear some people, that's who it is. And we have you, our virtual backyard audience.
It is the Boulder Bee Fest. We got to do the honeybee dance. If you'd like to join us, you can stand up.
You can stand up right now. We'll do it slowly, and then it'll get a little faster. We have a honeybee dance because real bees do dances called the waggle dance to tell their friends when there is a lot of nectar in the area. Let's start off slowly.
All right, here we go. See if you can keep up with this dancing worker bee. Honeybees left,
honeybees right,
honeybees flap your wings. And now honeybees turn in a circle and shake the thing that stings.
Shake those stingers out there.
Yeah, honeybees here,
jump,
honeybees there,
jump,
honeybees do your dance. And when the honeybees search for nectar, they pollinate the plants. Oh, honeybees, they do a lot of work for me. Honeybees, nothing could be greater than a pollinator. Thank you, honeybees.
All right, bees, freestyle, dance any way you like. Well, the female bees are called the workers. We make up most of the hive.
And all the lady bees do all of the work that keeps the hive alive.
Here we go.
They feed the drones and they feed the queen.
Arms
The
up high.
honeybee hive, it's a honey machine. All the lady bees do all of the work to keep the hive alive.
All right, it's time for that honeybee dance again. You know, bees love living in Boulder because people here do so much to protect the pollinators. So there's so many flowers, we'll have to go double speed. A little bit fast with those feet.
Let's go triple speed.
Woo!
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Honeybees left, honeybees right, honeybees flap your wings. Honeybees turn in a circle, shake the thing that stings.
Shake your fingers out there.
Honeybees here,
jump,
honeybees there,
jump,
honeybees do your dance. And when the honeybees search for nectar, they
In trouble? That's all right. We're just going to keep going.
All right.
Because
Hi,
what else are
everybody.
you going to do in 2020?
Audio
Yeah,
is
just
back.
keep
Audio
going.
is back. All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Jeff.
And my name is Paige, and together we are Jeff and Paige. We're so happy to be here at the Boulder Bee Festival Virtual Edition 2020.
6 years and counting, thanks to the City of Boulder, the Boulder Public Library, the Boulder Bee Chicas, and the sponsors for keeping it rockin' virtual style.
We sing songs about science and nature. We love to explore outdoors, do experiments, nature activities, and whenever we go hiking,
It sounds like this. Ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, we're hiking. Ooh,
ah, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, I'm hiking. Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, I'm hiking. Whew. Before I go on a hike, I always make sure I have a good snack. So I have energy for all that walking. I picked this kale from my garden, and I just learned today at the Boulder Bee Festival that having a garden with lots of different flowers that flower at different times of the year, it's a great way to support local bee populations. So I'm doing a good job with that. The only issue is that there's no bees on this kale, but here's like some signs of bugs. So there's definitely been some bugs on here, and oh yeah, there's aphids all over this kale. Can you see that?
Ooh, well, I'm here to help. It's me, the ladybug, and you are well, and that makes plants and farmers happy. And did you know what else? Ladybugs, in addition to eating these aphids, we like nectar, which makes us pollinators. That's the magic word. I just wish there was another ladybug here in the garden to enjoy the aphid feast. I'm very lonely, as you can tell by my face. Here's a peaceful song about two ladybugs in the garden looking for friendship. Well, I'm a ladybug, and did you expect that I would be a lady? Incorrect, I'm a manly ladybug. But I'm not some macho rock star. Just listen to my soft guitar. You can sway with me in this song if you want. So lonely. I like to fly and to crawl. I like to sit in the sun. And I'd like a friend, 'cause every meal I have is just an aphid banquet for one.
I like my colorful wings. I like to molt when I'm young. And I'd like a friend, 'cause every meal I have is an aphid banquet for one.
An aphid is a little bug that sucks out the juice from a plant's leaves.
Farmers love me, 'cause I'll eat 5,000 of these pesky plant bees.
Well, I like to feast
and to feed, but there's so many aphids in this garden.
We made a deal. It's kind of lonely to be at this
aphid banquet for one. If only there was a friend around here.
I wish there was another ladybug in the garden. Another ladybug! Can we be friends? Let me count your spots. See if we're the same age. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And
hey, silly, you can't tell a ladybug's age by counting its spots. We don't live for a very long time, and a lot of that life is spent hibernating through the cold winter. I say, it's too short to spend it all on your lonesome. What do you think? Table for two? I heard the restaurants are open with outdoor seating.
Waiter, table for two, please. Preferably over near the stem.
I love the stem.
Me too. We'll hibernate together in the winter,
sleep in a swarm, safe through the storm.
And we'll celebrate our first birthdays as the weather begins to get warm.
A bright-colored shell to tell the predators we could be poisonous, but we're not.
And we'll spew a foul goo from our knees if they even try to mess with us. Well, I'd like to fly in the sky.
And I'd like to fly next to you.
Shucks, I like you, but what I really love is an aphid banquet for two. An aphid banquet for two. An aphid banquet for 1 + 1 - none makes 2. And that means me and you.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I am glad I learned a little more about ladybugs. In fact, our human relationship with insects is varied and complex. Pollinators help us get the food that we need to eat. Other insects we sometimes might consider pests maybe aren't pests at all. I think I'll explore further. Help me out when I hike. It sounds like this. Let's go. Ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah.
I'm hiking. Ooh, I'm hiking. Well, the snows of earlier in the week have melted. I think it might be a good night for a night hike. Maybe we could even find a pollinator at night, something that's nocturnal. Everyone say nocturnal. Nocturnal creatures sleep during the day and come out at night to play. I know a nocturnal pollinator. It's got long wings like fingers and big ears and bad eyesight. Anyone guess what it is?
A bat.
It is a bat. Let me know if you see one around here.
Well, hello there. I am a bat. My ears were burning. I heard you talking about me. It's true that some of my relatives in often warmer places are pollinators, but I, the little brown Myotis bat of Colorado, am an insectivore.
Oh.
Everybody say insectivore.
Insectivore.
I eat insects. If you would like to be a bat with me in this song, you can. Get out your wings and flap them up and down. Faster and faster and faster, and show me your ears for echolocation, and show me your tiny little eyes. Here we go. See if you can flap your wings every time we say bats. Oh, baby.
They're mammals that fly.
Wings are the things that take us up in the sky.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
They fly through the night.
Nocturnal means that we sleep in the daylight.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
Mammalian fur.
Every mammal takes a little milk from its mother.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
They see with their ears.
Echolocation, how a microbat steers.
They can steer with their ears. They wake up in the twilight.
Breakfast at midnight.
Every meal is in flight.
Terrible eyesight.
You might think bats are scared.
But we're helpful and hairy, and that's an ecosystem loves a bat. All right, bats out there, flap those wings up and down. Show me your great big ears. For echolocation, give yourselves tiny little eyes. And now catch a mosquito.
Bats.
Oh, baby.
They're hanging in caves.
We're very, very hairy, but a bat never shaves.
There's so many species. Who could have thought?
Over 1,000.
Wow, that's a lot. Bats.
Murciélago.
En español.
The bumblebee bat es el más pequeño.
Bats.
Oh,
They
baby.
won't fly in your hair.
We're excellent pilots. That myth is unfair.
They won't fly in your hair. They wake up in the twilight.
Breakfast at midnight.
Every meal is in flight.
We have terrible eyesight.
You might think bats are scared.
But we're helpful and hairy, and that's that. An ecosystem loves a bat.
Uh-oh. Look out at home. Here comes a mosquito, front and screen center. Mosquito, I don't like you. You give me itchy bug bites. Come any closer and I shall crush you with rock and roll.
Now, excuse me, sir.
Yes?
But haven't you been listening to a word I've been saying? Or the bee chicas? You may not enjoy mosquitoes, or perhaps you're a little alarmed by bees. But that doesn't mean you should hurt them. In fact, to a bat, this pest that you call a mosquito is an important part of my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Let's see how many mosquitoes you can catch in this part. Real bats catch hundreds, even thousands every night.
No mosquitoes, no bats, oh how we miss them. Everything's connected in an ecosystem. Mosquitoes,
annoying. It's a part of our home.
your face. Wave goodbye to the bat. Wow. It's true, bats in Colorado, insectivores, not pollinators. But you know, mosquitoes are a lesser pollinator. So that song did have a pollinator in it. Well, I think it's time to find Paige. I'm going to hike this way. One more time. Help me out.
I'm hiking. Have you seen Jeff anywhere around here? Hiking.
Paige.
I see you. Well, Jeff, this has been really fun. We have time for one more song here with you for the Boulder Bee Festival. Could you show everybody your shirt before you get your
I
guitar
sure
back
will.
on?
Here is our patented Surprisable in bear. We also have them in beaver and bobcat. jeffandpage.org.
We do have a store. You can check that out on our website, jeffandpage.org. We also have a live show coming up. Jeff, will you tell them a little more about that?
September 27th, up in the mountains a little bit, about 30 minutes from South Boulder. And there's more information on our website. You can drive right to your spot if you want. It's a giant field, and it happens to be during peak aspen season. Hope to see some of you there.
Should be a lot of fun. That's at the end of this month. For now, check out our website for more about what we're doing to support online learning for science, and visit our store. And I'm going to head into my chrysalis now, Jeff.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We're going to finish with a song about a pollinator that is getting ready for a long migration. Whenever you hear us say migration, flap your butterfly wings. The monarch butterfly and milkweed are hand in hand wrapped together, and Paige is getting ready for metamorphosis. Yes, you are, Paige. Thanks again for tuning in. And there's lots more Bee Fest to come for the next hour, so stay tuned. We'll see you in our booth if you want to request any songs you didn't get to hear today. Your life began on a milkweed plant, an egg on the bottom of a leaf, and it only they ride the air currents south to warmer skies. And so they go to Florida, California, or Mexico, and they eat and they fly. They mate, but then they die. They're gonna fly away from home to the south where it is warmer. Migration. They don't need airplanes, just butterfly wings. Migration. They've got a flower for their power and the sun for navigation. Migration. Oh, oh, oh. The great monarch migration.
We're going to break it down. I'm going to get my sunglasses on. All right, everybody. Just like those bees, the monarch butterflies needs your help as well. By planting milkweed and butterfly gardens, you can. I need a rest stop, baby, it's a long way back. I need to take a little break and eat a milkweed snack. But it's difficult to find relaxing spots with all these buildings and these roads and these parking lots. But migration doesn't need to be oh so hard. Just grow a butterfly garden in your backyard. A butterfly garden in your backyard. Migration could be so easy. I could eat and drink and sleep for free. Grow up a butterfly garden for me.
Gonna fly back home as the weather's getting warm. Migration.
Migration.
We don't need airplanes, just butterfly wings. Migration.
Migration.
A flower for the power and the sun for navigation. Migration.
Migration.
Whoa, whoa, the great monarch migration. Whoa, the great monarch migration. Whoa, the great monarch migration. Happy Bee Fest, y'all.
Thank you, Jeff and Paige. I learned that you can't tell a ladybug by the number of spots on their back, which I have been doing so many times in my life. We're here right now with Dave Sutherland, who is an interpretive naturalist with his Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks. Hi, Dave. How are you doing?
Hey, hi there. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, it's great to hear you and see you. So, Dave, where are you at?
I am at my house in Central Boulder in the middle of my butterfly garden. Jeff and Paige were just singing about how you can create a butterfly garden. That's what I've done over the last 20 years living here in Central Boulder. And I want to share that garden a little bit with you, some of the strategies I've used to make it, show you a little bit about the seeds that I have ripening in my garden and how I would plant them. And all of this you can do at home and grow your own butterfly garden.
Awesome. Dave, how long have you been working on this garden that you're in your yard?
Oh gosh, since the 90s. It's mostly perennial plants, and everything that's in here is a Colorado native plant, and most of them are Boulder County native plants. So these are plants that would have been growing here in the Boulder area prior to European settlement of the area. So for hundreds or thousands of years, these plants have made Boulder their home. And as a result, a whole ecosystem has evolved around these plants. So a lot of pollinators use these plants, and a lot of insects will lay their eggs on them, and they're the host plants from some of your very favorite summer butterflies and moths, as well as a lot of other really cool insects. But if you want to invite these kinds of bugs to your garden, and also hummingbirds, you've got to plant the right kind of plants, and that's where the natives come in.
Awesome. Dave, are you able to show us some of your garden?
Absolutely. I'm going to do kind of a slow pan here around a little piece of it.
Great.
It's so bright out, I can't really see what's showing up on my screen. There's some purple smooth asters in here. There's a yucca back there. Those are all really, really good pollinator plants. Back behind are some three-leaf sumacs that produce food for birds. And over here are some beautiful golden currant shrubs that have little yellow pollinator-friendly flowers in the spring that smell like cloves, and they produce little currants that you and birds can eat in the fall. So all kinds of stuff going on here, and there are all kinds of ways you can help wildlife with a native plant garden.
Okay. And then how do you water your garden? Do you give it supplemental water, or you depend on nature?
I depend on nature. How do I water my garden? I don't.
Yeah.
So I brought along a fun visual aid here, which is a year of my water bill. And I'm going to hold it up here so that you can see that. And what you see are, it's a bar graph. And the gray bars indicate what the city thinks I should be using for my kind of a home. And the black bar at the bottom shows what I actually used. So you can see right through the middle of the summer, I'm hardly using any more water than I am in the winter because I don't need to water my landscape. If you think about it, since these plants have been growing here for thousands of years, 3,000 years ago, there wasn't anybody out here to care for them. There wasn't a person going around on the prairie saying, oh my gosh, you poor little thing, you need some water. The plants looked after themselves. And so pretty much anything that Boulder's climate can throw at these plants, they shake off, even the big snowstorm we just had. Droughts, no problem. Hailstorms, no problem. Big floods, no problem. The natives have coped with it all over the last thousands of years, and so they're really low maintenance plants that just keep giving.
Yeah, I won't show you a copy of my water bill in the summer because you'd probably be quite disappointed in me. So I'm very proud to see yours. So these plants that you have growing, did you start them from your seed, or how did you get them going?
In many cases, I started them from seed. And so right now in the garden, I mean, the seed, you can start collecting seeds kind of in midsummer from some of the plants that bloom in the early spring. The seeds are ready to be collected by midsummer. But right now I have all kinds of stuff in the garden that's ready. I'm just going to reach right over here. Where'd it go? This is a Rocky Mountain penstemon. And you'd see these little seed capsules up here just filled with seeds. And so what I do is about, when I see the seeds are ready that I want to collect, I get some paper bags and I collect the seeds into paper bags. So here, let me show you what I got here. I've got a whole bag of milkweed seed that I collected. Whoops. Don't know if you can read the milkweed on it. And here's a bag of bee balm seed that I collected. Why am I using paper bags? Because if you put seeds into plastic bags, the moisture from the seeds may cause them to get moldy. So paper bags or pillowcases or cloth bags are best because they can keep the seeds dry and you can store them for quite a long period of time. But if you do collect some seeds, the best time to plant them is right now. So imagine, these plants haven't been having people to care for them. People haven't been out in the forest planting all of the bee balm. It plants itself. When you see the seeds are ready on the plant, it means it's probably time to plant it because that's when the plant would be doing it naturally by having nature plant the seeds. So everything I've done, I've just tried to mimic nature's way of planting the seeds. And we're going to go plant this bee balm here in just a second.
That's great. I'm going to cut in really quick to remind the audience that there's a musical story time with Ruth and Melanie happening at 1:30 in the Boulder Library chat, in the Boulder Library booth. So make sure you check that out after talking with Dave. Okay, so Dave, back to you. Sorry about that. Where can people get native plants for their own garden? I feel like my garden's full of annuals and I would love to have a native garden like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can collect your own seeds if you collect them along county road right-of-ways. You can't collect seeds on open space. That's illegal. But if you collect them yourself, then you can grow them yourself. I'm going to show you my little seed bed. But you can also buy started plants at a number of local nurseries. Harlequin's Garden up in North Boulder has a huge selection of natives, and they're really careful not to use neonic insecticides on any of their plants. So you can plant anything you get at Harlequin Garden and a number of other local local nurseries. Always ask if they use neonics or if their seedlings are treated with those harmful pesticides that really injure pollinators. But if you collect your own seeds, what I learned to do was to create a seed bed. And so this is my seed bed right behind me. You can see a whole bunch of little baby milkweed plants and some little penstemons in there. I planted those seeds right at this time of year last fall, scratched them in with a scratcher, and then just let them sit. Because it turns out nature does a great job of letting the seeds sit in the soil, and everything that the seeds need to germinate, nature takes care of for you. Some of them like moisture, and they like to freeze and thaw in the soil. One of the things I learned the hard way doing this was that most of the native plants don't start to sprout until Mother's Day or about the first week of May. And so I had planted a whole bunch of seeds my very first year, and I waited and waited, and all the weeds came up, and I waited and I waited, and I thought I got skunked. And then about May 8th, boom, all my natives came up kablooey all at once. And I was like, oh my God, look at that. If you plant your native seeds in lines, then when they start to sprout, you can see all of the same plants in a line have a particular appearance, and you can learn to distinguish them from weeds that might be coming up in the garden, because the weeds will be coming up indiscriminately all over, but your particular kind of native plant will just be coming up in a line. You can label them and just let them sit over winter, or you can draw a picture of your seed bed and file this picture away for spring and pull it out again in May to see what came up.
Dave, we have a viewer question. How deep do you scratch the seeds into the soil?
Well, here, I'll just demonstrate.
Thank you.
So here's my bee balm in a bag. I got my happy scratcher, or you can use a rake. And I just kind of disturb the soil like that. Take the seeds. I have not cleaned these seeds. I just pulled them off the plant and I just crumble them up. And then I take the scratcher and just kind of scratch them back in and forget about them for, 6 or 7 months, and then start watching in spring to see what's going to come up. Let's see, crouch down here. It's really easy to do this. You can, another place you can get the seeds if you want is if you're walking around in Boulder and you see somebody who has a garden that you really like and you see stuff out in the garden that's going to seed, go and be nice and knock on the door and introduce yourself and say, hi, I'm trying to grow native plants so that I can have a pollinator garden, and I really love the penstemon seeds you have. Can I get some of them? And put them in an envelope or something and take them home and plant them. You'll find that most people who are growing native plants will fall all over themselves with enthusiasm if you show any interest in what they're doing. I have never had anybody say, oh, you can't have seeds, go away. It's a real nice way to meet people. And plus you can get some really awesome stuff to start in your garden. Some of the stuff I have in my seed bed I got from a neighbor who also grows native plants, and we swap back and forth.
Thank you so much, Dave. It was a pleasure talking with you. We hope to see you in the City of Boulder booth, assuming the internet is working. And your garden is lovely. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Really appreciate it.
Bye. Okay, so next we're going to view some videos from the Resource Center. Let's go to some videos. Thank you. Resource Central.
Hi, I'm Phoebe with Resource Central. I'm the Water Programs Coordinator for the Garden in a Box program, which is one of our about 8 or so water programs here at Resource Central. We're just hopping away from the kind of loud cars. We're at a fall pickup, and we have over, I think, 500 people coming to pick up this weekend for the fall season. Central was established in 1976. We are a community-based nonprofit serving the Front Range of Colorado. Our hands-on conservation programs have a mission of putting conservation into action. Garden in a Box is one of 8 of our water conservation programs. We also have a materials reuse facility, as well as, which contributes to our waste diversion. We also run something called Renew Our Schools, which is an energy competition in schools nationwide. Garden in a Box was started in 2003, and since its start, we've sold just over 33,000 gardens across the Front Range, which totals to about 192 million gallons of water saved. Garden in a Box is one of our most popular water conservation programs here at Resource Central. The goal of this program is to encourage homeowners to remove their thirsty lawns that are generally Kentucky bluegrass out here in Colorado and replace them with perennial plants that use much less water, which we call xeric plants. They're low water plants. Because about 60% of the water used in a household goes to outdoor watering during the summer, which is a large percentage when you think of how many people have lawns out here. So our mission is to make conservation really easy and beautiful with the Garden in a Box program. A lot of these plants are native or non-native adapted, so they are drought tolerant. They can withstand some extremes in temperatures, so the cold that we get in the winter and the extreme heat we get in the summer out here. They're often pretty adapted to our soils that tend to be more clay and denser. Okay, a couple other points about xeriscaping. Apart from being low water, often native or non-native adapted, so they're doing really well in this climate and these soils. They often, when you think about the maintenance that's required for a lawn, you're cutting out your need for gas, for running a lawnmower every Sunday afternoon, and just all the time it takes, and fertilizer and water that keeps your lawn green out here in Colorado. So yeah, a lot of these plants are pretty low maintenance. As a gardener, you can kind of pick and choose your adventure in terms of how often you want to be out there tending to your plants, but a lot of these are pretty low maintenance. Maybe cut them back early spring as things start to thaw out and let them thrive. This is our honeybee heaven garden, a popular one. It's from back in 2006, so we bring it back again. Love it. All the plants in this box attract honeybees, which is why it has its name. And even though this one's named after Honeybee Heaven, a lot of our gardens, majority of the plants are either host plants for pollinators, they're providing food, shelter. So all of our gardens are pollinator supporting in some way or another. Some just speak more to the bees or more to the butterflies, etc. So when you purchase a gardener box, you're not only getting several flats of starter plants. They come in 4-inch pots. You're also getting a professionally designed gardens. These are all designed by local landscape designers, and when they design them, they create these plant by number mats, so it makes it really easy for you to get that professional look without the cost of hiring a landscape designer. Along with the map itself, there is information on maintenance for your specific garden and the plants in that garden, as well as some tidbits about mature height and spread, whether they're deer or rabbit resistant, and also what sort of pollinators they attract. So this is for one of our new gardens this year, the Bee Boulder Delight Garden. And also you get a plant and care guide, which includes a lot of watering instructions, planting tips, and some maintenance information to get you on your way with your new garden. So check out Garden in a Box on resourcecentral.org, and we'll have new gardens available starting in March 2021.
Welcome back. That was a very interesting video from the Resource Central. Next, we're going to watch a short video from Denver Botanical Gardens. And then we're going to go live with the Bee Chicas while they're inspecting their hive again.
Welcome to the Freyer Human Center. The center houses science, art, and education office spaces, as well as storage space for our natural history, art, and library collections. We are moving all 3 collections into their new homes in the center. These spaces are customized for the needs of our collections and will allow them to grow in size and accessibility.
We're really excited that our collections are coming out of storage. Right now, we are in the archives processing area where we can make our collections accessible to the public where they haven't been before. Trucks are arriving at the dock. The movers will bring our collections back. They will be staged on pallets in the dock. Our staff will remove the boxes from the pallets and place them onto our new shelving in our new storage.
As an archivist, this new space is a dream to work in. It has climate control, all white finishes. It makes it easy for us to take materials and bring it out to the reading room. This is the first time in the library's history that the archives will be publicly accessible.
Our natural history collections consist of plants, macrofungi, and arthropods, and we will be moving approximately 100,000 specimens altogether.
Our collections are organized alphabetically. So, to maintain this alphabetical organization, we move them cubby by cubby. We're moving all of the specimens in an enclosed cabinet to protect them during the move. And we will be doing this hundreds of times.
As a scientist, our new space is really exciting because what it does is allow us to grow our collections and expand our natural history documentation over the next 50 years. We're in our new herbarium, and what we'll be doing is moving some of our existing cabinets into this area with some of our new cabinets so we can grow our capacity for preserving plant collections.
The art collections are coming back to our shared storage space here in the Friar Newman Center, and we are excited to have them back. The art collection is about 1,200 pieces of mostly 2D art, and it'll be going here behind me for safer storage. Once the collections arrive here, we'll unload them from their moving crates into these shelves here. And shortly after that, we have 2 students to come help me in the art collection and 2 students helping with the library, thanks to the IMLS grant, that will be helping to properly rehouse and recatalog the entire collection so it's stored much better for long-term use. The new space is really great. It's much more easily accessible for us to get in, to work with the collections, to be able to get them out, to process them, to get them up into our new gallery spaces for exhibition to the public.
Rehousing our collections to the Friar Newman Center has been made possible by a Museums for America grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Thank you, IMLS, for supporting the rehousing of our natural history, art, and library collections.
Hi, thank you so much for watching the Denver Botanical Gardens video. And Shannon, thank you so much for filling in while we were having so many internet problems. This has been a week. Hey. So, oh, and you're muted, friend. And so the bee chicas are ready. Unfortunately, we can't do the beehives on the library roof because there was no internet at the library, so they couldn't get the video to work. And the Bee Chicas, if you haven't already been online with us, they offer monthly programs with the Boulder Public Library. And there is a program next week, Boulder Field Journals, on Wednesday, September 16th. So if you go to boulderlibrary.org/seed-to-table, you can click on the link to register. And the first 20 families who register can take home a material kit in time for Wednesday to make the journal. And you can also look at the Boulder Library YouTube channel later if you miss it on Wednesday to watch the program again. And they have instructions and the PDF, so you can download that. And we thank the Bee Chicas for being supporters of so many of our wonderful Seed to Table programs. We also offer gardening programs and pollinator story times. And I am grateful for all the partners that we have. We're going to hand over to the Bee Chicas and watch their last Hive inspection. Chicas, thanks for being so flexible. I'm glad you were able to find internet enough to do this last hive inspection.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Kathy. Sorry about all the internet problems. We wanted to show you the Boulder Public Library and the native bee house there, but we're ready to talk to you a little about that. So,
and we have pulled together some native bee houses to at least show you here. So, since we couldn't show you the big native bee hotel at the library, but we do hope you get over to the Boulder Public Library and look at that beautiful native bee house and peek up and look at the rooftop hives.
Yeah. Should we say, I mean, these are mason bees here, and that's a mason bee plug right there. And so they're blue orchard mason bees, bright blue, and their plugs are mud.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them. These are all cavity nesters here. That's a fly, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes, that's a fly that shoots its eggs into the cavities.
Yeah.
Yes. It doesn't actually nest in there, but it shoots its eggs. So it's like a cuckoo bee. Right. It
Oh, yeah.
actually is a parasite kind of thing.
Oh, and you might
Eats the
find,
bees.
is there any of the lambseer in here?
Right, Teresa.
Buzz?
Parasitizes nests.
Yeah.
So
No, but this is a lambseer bee, also called Amphidium or Carter bee.
oh,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Did you read that?
What? No, I knew it. I remember from Adrian Carper's CU class.
So yeah, we thank CU a lot for these photos that they took and let us borrow on
there's a leaf
cavity
cutter.
nesters.
That looks
There's
like
a
an
leaf
alfalfa
cutter.
European leafcutter bee right there. But we're going to give you a live hive inspection or show you an inspection.
Yeah. So that was a little mini tour of native bees and native bee house that we have here at Teresa's yard. And we have a large native bee hotel at the Boulder Public Library. And here's another example of one that you could buy. This one is even just from Costco. And everyone, this is one thing that people can do to help the bees themselves. You can provide nesting habitat for bees in your own yard. Nesting habitat and also flowers and plants.
And one thing to remember about native bee houses that you buy is dimensions are important. So this is a Bee Chica approved bee house because the depth, it's deep enough that we can get both male and female bees. Some of the native bee houses you see are super cute and very Etsy, craft-like, but the dimensions do not support both male and female eggs being laid. So you want to make sure that you get a bee house that is actually supporting the bees you want to encourage.
And Deborah, how deep would you recommend a native bee house? What's the minimum depth?
6 inches.
6 inches.
So it should be 6 inches deep.
At least. It can be 8.
Yep. So if you're looking to buy a native bee house, just check the depth because different bees nest in different size tubes. So it doesn't really matter if they're all the same diameter because you'll just attract different species. The critical dimension is that 6 inch depth. You want the tube to be at least 6 inches long.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
we have stuff on our website too. Yeah.
yes, visit beechicas.com. They've got information about how to make your own native bee house using things that you might find around the house or the garden.
Right. We did a little demonstration in our booth this morning of how to make your own native bee house, and it's on our website as well. But we're back to the beehives, the honey beehives, which are not native bees. And we're going to just peek in again. And if somebody missed the hive inspection earlier, they can check in, see with us what we're finding in the hives. Every time you open a hive, you find something different. So this is what's on the top cover of the beehive.
Just checking for the queen.
Always make sure the we queen. found the queen the last time. In that hive, we found the queen. And so we always look on our inner cover to see if the queen might have wandered up. And we don't want to put her on the ground or separate her too much from the hive. So we're going to put this on a ledge I have up here just to keep off the dirt.
And Teresa, would you have been able to do this hive inspection on Tuesday or Wednesday when we had the cold freezing temperatures?
Absolutely not. We don't go into a hive below 50 degrees. Well, they start to fly around 50. I wouldn't go into a hive unless it was over 60 degrees.
And that's when the queen can fly above 65. It has to be above 65 degrees for the queen to be able to fly.
Should we take this off?
So we looked in here already, and I think Tracy and I found mostly honey and empty frames. So let's go to the center.
Oops. Do you want me to be your smoker? Okay, hold on. Okay, let's just do that. We'll put a cover over the top when we get it on there. Okay, hold on, Trace. Okay, so they're going to move the top box over because we checked that earlier and found mostly honey stores. And we want to show you the brood chamber, and so we can show you the different types of bees. So we'll just move this top box over and leave it there on the ground. The bees will all stay in there on their combs for the most part. And then we're going to go back and we're going to look in that second hive body that should have some brood in there. And brood is the baby stages of bees. So it'll be larva, eggs first, larva, and then pupae. And we can show you all those stages when we
I
get in
usually
there.
go in on the second frame from the edge because the first frame here is attached. You can see it really well here. They build all this brace comb between the side of the box and the frame. So when you try to pull that out, it tears the wax off the side of the frame and makes a mess. And you can kind of see that on the edge there. So now I'm lifting it up, and Tracy's going to put the frame holder on. Wow, you have brood clear off to the edge. We do. And it looks like they're not putting eggs out to the edge. They're probably going to backfill this with honey. Deborah can show you that.
Okay, so I'm going to speak because they can't hear the audio very well when over there. So I'm just going to say that they said this. They found some brood, capped brood right here, and that is the pupal stage of the bees. They've been capped, and then next to it, a lot of times,
this is the capped brood.
You'll be able to see larvae and eggs. So we'll see if we can find that. This is empty cells. It's hard to see, but we see empty cells and we see a little bit of pollen. So when we do our hive inspections in the fall, we're checking to make sure we have enough pollen stores and enough honey stores for the bees to live over the winter. And right now, all the honeybee hives are making their what we call winter bees. And the winter bees live a lot longer than a regular summer bee would live. And so
their fat stores are higher, is that right? And then the metabolism goes down.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but the fat stores of winter bees are much higher, which they get that from pollen. And so we want to make sure they have a lot of healthy pollen as their winter bees are being born right now.
And Cynthia, when they're making the shape of the honeycomb, how does the queen know if it's for honey versus brood? Like the size, is it the size that's different?
Yes, that's right. It's the size of the cell of a worker bee brood cell is smaller than a drone bee brood cell because the drone bee is larger. And a lot of times the honeybees will lay drone comb, which is larger cell size, in the spring, and then the bees will end up using those larger cells for honey later on in the season.
And the queen actually will measure the size of the cell with her front legs. So if we're in the hive and we hurt the queen, hurt her front leg, she actually won't be able to lay properly. So she measures the size of the cell to determine whether it's a worker cell or drone, and then she'll turn around and lower her abdomen and lay a fertilized egg for a female and an unfertilized egg for a male. I found some eggs. Do you think you can come in close and see them maybe?
Maybe. I'll try to check. We'll see if anyone can see eggs.
They're pretty small.
Yeah.
One
oh,
little
look at, here's a
white
little
one.
bee emerging. See a little bee chewing her way out?
Oh, wow. Like where your finger, yeah, you can see. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen one in action like this before.
We have a newborn just emerging. It'll take about a minute.
She's chewing the wax capping off of that cell, and she'll eventually just walk out.
We may see her head pop out.
The first thing that a bee does when she comes out is clean up her own cell.
There's a newborn right there. Yeah.
So did we find a newly hatched? Oh, yes. See if you can point to that new bee.
Oh, I lost her. Is it this one right here?
This
fuzzy? Yeah, right here.
So how can you tell it's a new bee?
Even her eyes are so her eyes have 1,700 little plates, but there's hair between each plate, and they're extra fuzzy when they're young. And as they get old, they just lose hair, like some people. I found a drone.
Like some people.
Do you want to see the drone? Can you see it in the middle, Sin?
Okay,
Right
somebody
there.
point
Right
to it. There we go.
So there aren't very many drones left. Those are the male bees. Sometimes you might think it's the queen because it's much bigger, but the drone has much bigger eyes and a little round bum, and it doesn't sting. The drones don't sting. You might mistaken them for a fly because their eyes are so close together on the top of their head, but their job is to find the queen, and you can actually pick them up. We do that to practice marking queens. and he doesn't like that.
Let's just move over here and try and look at these.
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone. But I was saying that they have big eyes to look for the queen because they mate in mid-flight with the queen. And they also are big and burly because they have to be faster than the other. She mates with about 20 to 50 drones, even up to 80. It's been.
And Tracy, is that just on one flight or is that multiple flights to mate with?
Multiple. That's a really good question. It's so the queen is fertile and able to mate for about 4 or 5 days. There's a window of time. And
Okay, I think we have a bee being born again.
Just
Can you
popped
point
out.
to it with your finger so I can see? Just popped out, and they're fully formed, full adult bee when they climb out.
And look at how fuzzy. Even her back hairs haven't flopped up yet, like a new chick out of an egg. It's still all flattened out. But she should be like polishing her cell. Oh, they're feeding her. There's another house bee, or what do you call her? Like a nurse bee. Just fed her a bit of honey.
Oh, welcome to the world, little bee.
And there's another newborn. Yay.
That's great.
Yeah, so the queen goes on multiple mating flights. So if we have bad weather some years, we get really poorly mated queens if it's during that window of time that she's fertile or able to mate.
And Shannon was asking, could you repeat how many bees does the queen mate with in that 4-day fertile window?
Oh, so some studies recently have set up to 80 other drones. So it's nice that our queens that we get from like raising our own queens and the ones we get from California bee breeders, they're all open mated. So they mate with as many different types of different genetics, like mixing up genetics of different races of bees. Mostly we have just mutts now in Colorado, but yeah, it can be anywhere from like 10 to 80 drones.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a drone there.
And Tracy, you were saying that you practice picking up drones, and that's partly because of their size, and other people that's something to consider. They don't have stingers. And so when we do a Meet the Bees program at the library, you collect drone bees who serve their purpose for the hive and are kind of at the end of their life cycle for kids to get to know bees up close.
Yeah, that's right. That drone bees, male bees, do not have stingers. So we can hold them, and then we can put them back in the hive.
Have we seen larvae yet? This is pretty fat larva.
Okay.
You wanna show me where? Or I'll just,
You want to hold it up, maybe, so I don't have to shade.
So it looks like healthy larva if it's white and glistening. If the brood is sick, it turns kind of brown or yellow.
Kathy, can you see that? The larva.
I can't on my screen, but people who have full screen might be. Oh, there we go.
It's just may look like shiny spots in the base of the honeycomb.
And the eggs are much, much, much smaller than a grain of rice, but it's a similar shape. Is that right?
That's
Yes.
correct.
And we
Exactly.
did see eggs, so we know that the queen is alive and well. Do you want to pan down in here just to show how active a beehive is? I mean,
I'm going to come from this side so I don't put my shadow on. But yeah, this is cool. Just look inside the hive. See if
we have a frame out here so you can just see everybody's working. Everybody has a purpose.
Oh, Chicas, this is wonderful. Thank you so much for wrapping up the end of our Bee Boulder Festival with a healthy, active hive. And thank you for all the work you've done to help create Boulder Bee Festival as well as Pollinator Appreciation Month.
Happy to do it. Thanks,
Happy
Kathy.
to do it. And thanks everyone for joining us. We had a
Bye,
great
Teresa. Bye,
Boulder
Tracy. Bye,
Virtual
Cynthia. Bye,
Festival.
Deborah.
We loved it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you to the Bee Chicas. Thank you to all of our presenters who have been with us for the last 4 hours with and without internet service. And thank you, viewers, for sticking with us as well. The presenters that you see here are also listed on beeboulder.org website if you would like to visit their websites to find out more of the resources and how you can support organizations that help both educate and create policy to protect pollinators. And thank you to the committee who have been with us for the last 5 years. It is definitely a labor of love to put all these things on. Thank you to the sponsors that have made these programs possible: the Bee Chicas, Boulder Library Foundation, Boulder Public Library, CU Museum of Natural History, and the City of Boulder Parks and Rec, as well as planning. And just repeating the things that we can do. These are things that we can do in our homes if you've got containers, or the ways that you buy food. So please consider growing meadows, not lawns. Add some blooming flowers to your lawn that you could just mow over, such as ajuga, self-heal, crocus, or other ground cover that will just bloom again and is tolerant for people walking over. And try to eliminate pesticides, both in your use as well as in your neighborhoods. Pesticides are poison for pollinators. It doesn't distinguish between the good and bad insects that we need in our environment. And also, one of the best things you can do for bees at the beginning of the season, dandelions are one of the earliest blooming flowers that we have in Colorado and in many places across the United States. So let your dandelions bloom until there's other food for the bees. So again, this has been Boulder Bee Festival, the Bee Boulder Festival, and it's part of Boulder Pollination Appreciation Month. Thank you to Ryan and Emily, who are in the background making all the tech happen. Thank you for Shannon, who stepped in when our internet went down at the library. And thank you all for supporting pollinators, and we will see you next time.